Welcome to the February 25th meeting of the Monterey County Planning Commission. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Roberts, would you lead us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. Madam Clerk, would you mind doing a roll call for us, please?
Good morning. Commissioner Getzelman.
Here.
Commissioner Hartzell.
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Present.
Commissioner Work.
Here.
Commissioner Monsalve.
Here.
Commissioner Gomez.
Here.
Commissioner Roberts.
Here.
Commissioner Shaw.
Here.
Commissioner Deal is absent. Commissioner Mendoza is absent. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, would you mind reminding everyone how they can participate in these meetings electronically, please?
Certainly. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for joining us. If you are with us remotely today, either on your computer or by phone, shortly we will have a slide display, hopefully, with some additional information. But on today's agenda, you can access the Zoom link for today's meeting, and you can participate in today's meeting during opportunities for public comment. All right. If you're able to go back one slide, not the Wordly slide, but the slide that just has the participation. And if not, anyone who is looking, please just ignore temporarily this slide. We'll get to it in a moment. And I'll go off my memory. There we are. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so you can participate. The contact's here. It is also on the agenda for today during opportunity for public comment. If you are using the Zoom platform on a computer, you can go down to the reactions button and select raise hand. You can use the same to lower your hand. If you're on a phone, *9 will raise and lower your hand. You can also participate in public comment by sending emails to pchearingcomments@countyofmonterey.gov. We do monitor this email and do our best to capture comments that come through, though there is always a possibility once that there could be delays and we could miss something now that we're underway. When it is your turn to speak during public comment, the clerk will give you the opportunity to unmute yourself. To do so, at the bottom of your screen on the Zoom platform, select the microphone icon to mute and unmute. And on your phone, you can do *6 to mute yourself and unmute yourself. We also continue our, I don't know if it's still a pilot or if we're just officially doing Wordly, but we happily have translation services through Wordly, which will be the next slide that will pop up on the screen for those instructions. We do have our Wordly. There you go. Our Wordly, so the QR code, you can join Wordly for translation services by accessing through the QR code or through going to the web page that is noted on the bottom left of this slide. Once you go in there, select the language of choice and click to attend the meeting, and you will receive captions. Also, those in chamber, you will see up on the screen to your right. You'll have those the Spanish translation through Wordly for today's meeting. Thank you very much. Appreciated.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. This is a time set aside on the agenda for public comment. Public comment meaning items. Oh, Commissioner Deal has joined us. So good to have you with us this morning. Yeah, you shouldn't interrupt an old guy. Okay, public comment. This is a time set aside on the agenda for public comment on items that are not on today's agenda. So if someone in the chambers or someone on Zoom would like to bring something to our attention, this is the time to do it. Anyone on Zoom?
Yes, we have a Linda on Zoom.
Okay, would you please join us then?
Thank you. Yes. Well, good morning, Planning Commission and Chairs Deal and Getzelman, I guess. This is Linda Marin. I'm an STR owner with a 1997 era permit in Carmel Valley. I've been operating without incident or complaint since 2000. And I'm grateful for this chance to speak with you about vacation rentals in Monterey County when they aren't on the agenda, and to reflect on the conversation you had about them when they were on the agenda February 11th. First of all, thank you for rejecting the Board of Supervisors' most recent version of an STR ordinance that would have virtually banned them in all areas, except RDR zones with agricultural accessory applications. Today, I'm focusing on the county's overriding concern that corporations already are or will soon be taking over Monterey County's stock of second homes, rendering neighborhoods nearly devoid of local community members, actual residents, and our neighbors. Recently, when Commissioner Gomez asked if STRs weren't owned by people, Melanie Beretti admitted that they are mostly owned by people, but she added corporate ownership was trending upwards. I hope some of you wondered what that statement really means. It sounds scary, but what number is Melanie referring to? The latest numbers MCVRA was able to purchase from the county last year showed, as of December 2024, that out of 762 STRs paying TOT, corporations owned 9 of them, and that's 1.18%. And I want to emphasize the percentage of corporations that are not individual or family-based LLCs or trusts was 1.18%. When Melanie says corporate ownership is trending upward, is she referring to that number or another number? And if it were now, say, at 1.19%, and it would be good if we all had the most recent numbers, would that count as trending upward enough to create STR ordinances that literally turn real people, neighbors, residents, out of the homes they are operating here as visitor serving units for the tourists who cannot afford $300+ a night on corporate hotel rooms? Now that I'm this old, I see that we humans often create the things we're most afraid of in order to face that fear, to conquer it. I suspect that is going on with the county and short-term rentals. A majority of the supervisors have, in their minds, villainized STRs as corporate monsters, and they'll do everything possible to eradicate them. They'll succeed in pushing out the mom and pop vast majority of us to make our homes available to the market. And who will be the most able to buy those relatively expensive homes? Well, possibly corporations. Well, thank you for listening. STRs will come around to you again, I know. Keep asking good questions.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the chambers that would like to talk? Hmm? I'm sorry. I apologize. My apologies. There's someone else who'd like to talk to us via Zoom. Please go ahead.
Dear Planning Commissioners, my name is Fred Faltersack, and I just wanted to thank the Planning Commissioners for recognizing that something was just not right in regards to the short-term rental ordinance revisions presented to you 2 weeks ago. Up and down the entire California coast, there are dozens of counties and hundreds of cities with robust tourism, which their elected officials have passed reasonable ordinances allowing short-term rentals in residential zones, and seldom have those ordinances ended in litigation. I've been a homeowner in Monterey County since '97, while I initially owned in Carmel by the Sea. In 2018, I chose to sell and find a home in Carmel Valley. And while the warmer climate and more elbow room was a contributing factor, my main deciding factor was the county ordinances allowed me to rent out my home during periods when I was not personally enjoying it. I found the perfect home with a beautiful history and began the process of obtaining the necessary permits, gladly paying transient occupancy taxes, and throughout the permitting process found the entire staff with the planning department very friendly and helpful. Thank you. After settling in, I began to hear more about new short-term rental ordinances in the works. I learned my home was in an area called District 5, which seemed to have this long history of county supervisors who were very anti-short-term rental advocates. I felt as though if they had their way, short-term rentals would not exist in District 5. But when that was not likely to happen, they pushed for an ordinance which would effectively accomplish that goal. While District 5 Supervisor Mary Adams, who was in office at the time, was busy orchestrating this newly over-restrictive ordinance, she was also busy grooming a planning commissioner, Kate Daniels, to take her place. Now, with Kate Daniels in charge, she's trying to finish the job, making District 5 safe from owners like me who choose to short-term rent. But to accomplish this, she feels she must take down the entire county. To complete this, she only needs a slim 3-2 majority. So why not get that support by allowing another supervisor the opportunity to carve out an exception that would allow short-term rentals in residential zones with an agricultural twist, which just so happens to be predominantly a benefit of District 2. I just ask you all to continue focusing on the bigger picture. Times change. These changes include how we live, how we travel, how we vacation, and how we choose to enjoy our lives on this planet with our family and friends. Thank you for listening to me, and have a good rest of the meeting.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else?
No more hands on Zoom and no additional
Thank you.
emails.
And no one jumped up last time when I mentioned that anyone in the chambers, so we're going to move along then. Are there any additions, agenda additions, deletions, or corrections that we know of?
For the record, we received and distributed additional public comments and a memo from staff for agenda item number 5, REF 250038, Cannabis Consumption Venue Ordinance, and agenda item number 6, REF 260001, Plan Amendments to the South County Area Plan, Carmel Valley Master Plan, Central Salinas Valley Area Plan, and Greater Salinas Area Plan.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, are there any requests or referrals that you would like to bring to the attention of staff? No one? All right, thank you very much. Let's move along then to the approval of the consent calendar. We have, let's see, 1, 2, 3 items. I don't know. Yeah, 3 items. 3 items on the consent calendar. The appointment of Robert Johnson to the South County Land Use Committee. The appointment of Valerie Gano-Bayer, I believe, to the Carmel Valley Land Use Advisory Committee, and the acknowledgement of the resignation of Barbara Varian from the South County Land Use Advisory Committee. Are there any comments from commissioners, or do you wish to have any of those items pulled from the consent calendar? No? All right, seeing no one. Thank you very much. We'll move along then. And we will take comments on the approval or the acceptance of the minutes of January 28th. Okay, all right. My apologies, everyone. I'm learning this job as I go along. We need public comment on the consent calendar. If there's anyone on Zoom or within the chambers that would like to comment or would like to find exception or comment on the acceptance of the consent calendar. There's nothing. I'm getting the nod from the clerk. And anyone on the commission have any comments? Seeing none? Okay. Do we have to vote on that?
I move approval of consent.
We have to
calendar.
vote. Okay.
I'll second it.
All right. We have
Commissioner Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you very much. No, that wasn't it. I was just trying to figure out where I was in the process.
Sorry, and my microphone wasn't on, but again, I move approval of consent calendar. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Commissioner Gonzalez and a second by Commissioner Gomez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. That passes. Thank you. So then we will finally move along to the acceptance or approval of the minutes of January the 28th, I believe, from the last time. Any comment? Any commissioner have any issues or find any corrections they'd like to make? None? None? Okay. Can we have a motion then to accept? Or not?
So moved.
So moved. Commissioner Gonzalez moves and Commissioner Hertzelt seconds. All those in favor say.
Before we do it, Commissioner Gomez made the motion.
I got it wrong again? Gosh, sorry, guys. All right. Commissioner Gomez made the motion and Commissioner Hertzelt seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. So we can move along to scheduled items. I think this is the fun part for the day. The first item on the agenda then under scheduled items is reference number 250038, the cannabis consumption venue ordinance. And we are fortunate enough to have Mr. Novo presenting today. Would you begin whenever you're ready, sir?
I, too, am learning the system here. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners and Chair Getzelman. I'm Mike Novo, Management Specialist for Housing and Community Development, and I'm going to be presenting for the workshop today. We also have in attendance our Cannabis Program Manager, Michelle House, and we should have representatives from the Health Department, and I'm not sure if there's other county staff that are also participating either in person or Zoom. I can't see behind me to see who's here. But we've had a group of different departments, the sheriff, the fire departments, health program, environmental health, county council, and myself, and the cannabis program, involved with helping develop this ordinance. So today's staff requested the Planning Commission conduct a public workshop to review and receive public input regarding options for allowing cannabis consumption in the unincorporated area. The draft ordinance attached to your staff report is a beginning point for discussion. As we pointed out in a separate memorandum, the ordinance is presented in red line format with proposed new language underlined and language proposed for deletion in strike-through format. The Board of Supervisors directed staff to prepare an ordinance for cannabis consumption, and last fall, the Board's Cannabis Committee asked that we prepare this draft ordinance and hold a workshop here at the Planning Commission. The ordinance is fairly complete as it's patterned after other adopted ordinances from other jurisdictions. However, we want to make sure the ordinance reflects local desires in shaping our regulatory environment for commercial cannabis consumption venues. The purpose of this workshop is to receive input from the public and the Commission and direction from the Commission on the draft regulations. During the workshop, staff will present options for several topics that we've identified, and we'll be seeking direction on those topics. Other topics also may be raised during the workshop, and staff would hope for direction on those topics as well, and we're here to help have those discussions. So today's staff will begin with a brief introduction on existing cannabis regulations in the county. We then intend to present several topics to solicit feedback from the Commission and the public. As I pointed out in the staff report and a minute ago, we've identified several topics already for consideration. Staff would like to reiterate that today's workshop is intended to get initial public input on the framework for a cannabis consumption venue ordinance. Staff will utilize the feedback to refine ordinance direction, and we'll be gathering additional public input and return to the Planning Commission with a draft ordinance and environmental document for that ordinance. So staff recommends that the commission conduct a public workshop to review and receive public input today, and find that the workshop is categorically exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act. So as pointed out in the staff report, our county code includes regulations that allow cannabis retail facilities in 5 zoning districts. 2 zoning districts are located in the coastal zone and 3 are in the inland area. To open a retail facility, a discretionary permit must be obtained with regulations, findings, and conditions of approval as outlined in the current ordinance. Through our existing regulations, 8 retailers have obtained discretionary permits to operate commercial cannabis retail facilities. And again, this is the unincorporated area. We do not have jurisdiction over the cities. The locations of the 8 permitted retailers are shown on the slide. We have 1 in the coastal zone and 7 are in the inland areas. Our county code does not place an overall limit on the number of retailers, as some jurisdictions have done. We do have setback requirements to ensure that they are not located close to identified sensitive land uses and also to each other. In addition to retailers in the unincorporated area, many cities also allow cannabis retailers, and several in this county do have retail uses. As we point out in the staff report, there are no cannabis consumption venues allowed yet anywhere in the county, including the cities within the county. In addition to obtaining a discretionary permit, the county code established a cannabis program through the CAO's office that also enforces a set of regulations found in Chapter 7.90, and they also issue annual permits for cannabis activities. The program includes a staff dedicated to regulatory oversight of this industry and conducts inspections along with other county departments on a regular basis for all operations. This is a map of the entire county, so I know it's small scale and hopefully it's somewhat informative. This shows the areas where retail cannabis facilities are allowed in the 5 zoning districts. So you can see they are dispersed fairly, maybe not evenly, but they are dispersed throughout the county and can occur anywhere. At this point, all 8 licenses are in the northern part of the county. The orange shaded text depict the locations within the coastal zone, the 2 coastal zoning districts that allow commercial retail cannabis, and the purple highlighted zoning districts, the 3 zoning districts that allow commercial cannabis retail in the inland area. So the existing county code requires that any retail facility be set back a certain distance from specified land uses that are included in the regulations. Those uses are listed on this slide. The use is highly regulated, and the county has its own cannabis program team that focuses on this use, including retail, growing, manufacturing, and distribution. In addition, HCD, health, sheriff, and fire are also involved with conducting necessary inspections. Taxes and fees help support the program costs for the county, and security of product is handled through a robust set of regulations already in the county code. We're not proposing any changes to those regulations. As we pointed out in the staff report, consumption of cannabis is allowed only on private property. A lot of people, including renters and visitors, cannot legally consume cannabis where they reside. A cannabis consumption venue can provide a location for that segment of the population that cannot find a safe and legal location to consume cannabis. I want to point out that you received a letter of correspondence from Mr. Stoney, I believe yesterday, and that letter, I think, did a very good job of pointing out the reasons why a cannabis consumption ordinance would be of value to the general public. County staff meet regularly with the industry to understand their needs and hear any concerns they may have. The industry has informed us that allowing consumption for some of the retailers would allow better education on the safe and proper use of cannabis. Some existing retailers have expressed a desire to allow consumption at their retail locations. Through these conversations and in conversations with the Board of Supervisors, staff was directed by the board to develop such an ordinance, and that's why we're here today. So staff prepared a staff report that includes a discussion of the key areas related to this ordinance work and identifies 6 topics for discussion in this workshop. Attachments have been provided that show initial draft ordinance changes recommended for consideration and discussion today. As stated earlier, these draft ordinances are presented in red line format. We've also attached a map of the zoning districts where the retail locations are allowed. The ordinance amendments prepared for this workshop are based on information we have gathered from other local agencies that allow cannabis consumption already. A few of these ordinances have been attached to your staff report as attachments. I want to talk a little bit about the letter you received again from Mr. Stoney. I don't think I could have laid out a better set of reasons why this type of ordinance would be important to the public, to allow these types of uses, to allow people the opportunity to legally consume cannabis. I want to point out that we did have it on our list to add the food services that he identified in his letter, but I just ran out of time and didn't get it into the version of the ordinance that's before you, but we do anticipate adding that as part of our final draft that comes before the Planning Commission. So staff will now move through each topic area and ask for commissioner and public questions, comments, and input related to each of these topics. It's up to the commission how they want to do it, but I had planned on maybe taking one topic at a time, allowing public input. If that's okay with the commission, that's how I've structured the PowerPoint.
I think that would be fine unless there's any objections from commissioners. No, thank you.
Thank you. So this slide points out the 6 topics that we've broken out and identified as staff on things that we could use direction on to make sure we're heading in the right direction on this ordinance. So the ordinance prepared by staff is set up to allow cannabis consumption paired with cannabis retail facilities. That's a requirement of the law, actually. An existing retail facility would have obtained a discretionary permit already to initially open. This topic seeks direction on the process that would be used to allow cannabis consumption as a land use, or to not allow it within the unincorporated area. Cannabis retail uses had to meet a long list of regulations, including setbacks, parking requirements, ensuring that required findings could be met, and they have conditions of approval associated with each of their permits. In addition to the zoning ordinance process, regulations, and permit requirements, cannabis retailers have a long list of regulations that they have to meet out of Chapter 7.90 of the county code as well, that's run by the cannabis program. The draft ordinance attached to your staff report establishes a process where cannabis consumption use may be added to an already permitted retail facility with a ministerial permit issued by the cannabis program manager. That's option A on our slide. If a new retail facility is proposed along with a cannabis consumption venue, they would have to obtain a discretionary permit. That is already required by the county code, and no changes are recommended for that. Option B would eliminate the ministerial approach and would require that a consumption venue be added as an amendment to the original discretionary permit. Option C requires that a cannabis consumption venue obtain a separate discretionary permit to recognize this as a new and separate use, although they cannot legally operate separately. Option D would involve a recommendation from the Planning Commission that we not allow cannabis consumption in the unincorporated area of the county. In essence, that would leave the county code as it is. Staff recommends option A, but this topic has important aspects that need discussion. When this discretionary permits were issued for the cannabis retail facilities, there was not an ability to have consumption be part of the use. So anyone that participated in those earlier permit deliberations were not able to provide their input on whether a site is appropriate for consumption venue. In addition, an applicant for a new retail facility use could potentially propose just a cannabis retail location and then later add a consumption venue through the ministerial process. So if the ordinance is adopted as proposed, it would be important to ensure that any new retail facility that comes before a hearing body for a discretionary application, that it be analyzed for the potential to also have a consumption venue. Staff still recommends option A, as we have sought to identify potential land use issues, and we think provided regulations or sufficient regulations to address each of those issues. Adding a discretionary permit process is expensive, time-consuming, and provides no certainty to an applicant. When we prepare a new ordinance, we try to identify the simplest path where we can, one, identify land use issues, and two, provide regulations to ensure the public health and safety is addressed for each of those issues, and determine whether there is value in requiring a discretionary process. Typically, discretion is needed where location is an important variable that could lead to a decision that the use is not appropriate in that proposed location. Discretionary permits are also important if customized conditions are needed to address significant land use issues that could create land use incompatibility with neighboring uses, or where resource issues could affect the project. For cannabis consumption venues, the county has a rigorous set of regulations in both the zoning ordinance and Chapter 7.90 that address land use compatibility and provide significant regulations to ensure the use is secure, protects the public health and safety, and the locations are all in commercial zones where resource issues are rare. So staff recommends development of an ordinance that will allow cannabis consumption venues through the ministerial permit process, again, which is option A. We now request that the commission open the workshop for public input and for commissioner input and provide direction to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Novo. Commissioners, let's start with us. Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you. I just, the quote, something you just said, resource issues are rare when you're speaking of the districts these would be allowed in. Can you tell me what resources you're speaking of?
Yeah, I'm talking about, there are a few of the commercial areas that are kind of out in rural areas that may have environmentally sensitive habitat, for example, nearby. And we do have regulations in the county code already that address those types of issues. So if they were to, let's say they wanted to actually add on to their structure in the coastal zone as an example, we would look at whether that construction itself triggers a discretionary permit. That's separate than the ministerial process for the use, but the construction itself might trigger an issue. And then if it's located within certain distance from environmentally sensitive habitat, for example, or if they're removing trees, those would trigger discretionary permits as well. So you would look at the overall process. But if they're going to use existing facilities or are not encroaching into areas that trigger a discretionary permit, then the ordinance would allow them to move forward with a ministerial permit process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Novo. Commissioner Deal.
Thank you. I really appreciate this and the very complete staff report. I find it really helpful. A couple of things. I'm going to start at the beginning, which is, have we an identified goal for an ordinance? Has the Board of Supervisors, for example, identified what they wish such an ordinance to accomplish? Should it be approved? Is this something that just came forward from the public, or do we have, like, we're trying to do this thing, and if so, what is the thing?
The direction from them was to allow this as a land use within the county. So the goal is to allow consumption. They didn't get into the details, at least the meeting I was at, and perhaps Michelle House knows more about the details because she is the staff for the Cannabis Board Committee, and so participates in all their meetings. So I don't know if she wants to speak on this, but their goal is to allow this as a use, to realize that there's kind of a hole in the legal environment for cannabis consumption, that people cannot consume cannabis legally, and so they do it illegally right now. And so the goal is to provide that opportunity to have legal consumption areas.
I don't think I need the details, but thank you. I appreciate that clear statement, because from my point of view, that tells me our our directive would be to figure out how to do this safely and appropriately for the public. So not whether, but how. So that's really what I was looking for. I also just want to ask you how, when we talk about this particular use, it's highly regulated at a number of levels, and you've given a good description of the local regulations. Can you just remind us the level of regulation that occurs at the state beyond and above everything that we've said? This was, as I understand it, a change in what was allowed from above before we even got to the county. Is that correct? It's not very clear, but it's correct.
I'm not an expert at all the state regulations. Again, hopefully,
But there are a bunch.
All of our state regulations are what is called state enabling legislation that allows us to regulate these types of land uses at the local level. We have to be consistent with state law. There are a bunch, as you just pointed out. Yes, they have complete control of this. There's a regulatory process. They've set up different categories of cannabis as we have in our local ordinance as well. They do that at the state level as well. And it's a highly regulated industry. Can I leave it at that?
Thank you. And yes, that's what I'm after, which is that given that there are a large number of requirements and many things that we look at in the granting of a discretionary permit for a retail venue, as in extremely many, and I'll go into that in a second, what additional impacts have we identified from consumption beyond those that would be already considered within the many state and local regulations that govern a retail facility now?
Yeah, and the issues we've identified mostly have to do with odor. We're going to have a concentration of an area where smoking could occur if it's a consumption venue that wants to do smoking, and not all of them are going to do smoking potentially. Some may just do other types of applications, if you will. But so we have the ventilation requirements, significant ones, to address that issue. Of course, we have our standard land use issues about parking, noise, construction, if there were new construction to occur. We think our current regulations address all those issues appropriately, and don't think we need to make any changes to those sections of the ordinance yet. We might hear different today, but we think that we have adequate regulations. In the coastal zone in particular, we have all the coastal implementation plans that address resource issues, as Commissioner Shaw was asking about. So we think that we have an adequate regulatory landscape already to address the typical land use issues that would be associated with any land use. And this is just another land use. But the odor issue is a significant one that we think needs regulations.
If I can continue?
Sure, certainly.
Thank you. One thing that occurs to me is that as people stay longer in a venue, there's a need for bathrooms. And so that brings up water and wastewater. Are those something that we feel can be appropriately addressed through an administrative process? And if so, how and who would do that?
Yeah, they were addressed as part of the discretionary permit application for retail facilities. As you point out, this would allow people, though, to congregate on site and would do that. So we do have our county code. I'm trying to think through all the potential variables that could be affecting that. But we do have our county code that addresses those issues. There are certain areas of the county where we have water use fixture limitations. Of course, those regulations would apply. There are well and septic limitations if they're more rural areas. And so we have the regulations for that. So I believe that we have the ability through our ministerial process. When somebody comes in for a building permit, for example, they're subject to all those regulations for water and wastewater. And we are able, through our ministerial process, to make sure they have adequate facilities for everything.
Similarly to a bar or a deli or a restaurant?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then I really appreciate that, but I am going to go back to something that's slightly off topic, but not entirely, which is I am in favor of simplifying regulations to accomplish what we really want to accomplish and not a bunch of other stuff. And as a result, I continue to be significantly upset about the fact that there is no potential for any retail cannabis consumption or selling in Big Sur, which is known for people who want to go there, and now a center for illegal use. So from my point of view, whatever the restrictions are that render it impossible for a retailer to set up and subsequently to apply for some use like this, that make it impossible for that to occur within Big Sur, I want somebody to take a good look at that and say that is without question inappropriate and unhelpful and counter to the goals we've just talked about. Because what it means is people are parking along the side of the road. It's the only place they have to go, smoking, consuming, and then driving on Highway 1, which is not my favorite thing to do. Or potentially not driving on Highway 1 and lighting a campfire, another of my not favorite things for them to be doing. So if the goals are as expressed, I think it is, from my point of view, an absolutely essential goal that whatever the limiting factors are that are preventing that opportunity from being extended to the people for whom many of the products are named throughout the country, I think that that's significantly inappropriate and needs to be addressed and should be done at every level and every opportunity that we have. That's my editorial comment.
Thank you. And I would want to point out that, and maybe I don't know if there's a special prohibition, but we do have a zoning district in the Big Sur community that does allow retail sales, at least by the zoning. I'm not sure if there's any special limitation in Big Sur, but I can check into that.
Once you say ESHA, we're out of business. You have to be clear and specific about what you mean by that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hartzell.
This might be a question for the secretary, but could I have an outline of how best to give feedback on all of these topics and options? Are you looking for something specific? Are you looking for, what are you looking for?
Well, I'll let Mr. Noah as well chime in, but generally, so today's a workshop. Right, there is a draft ordinance because sometimes it's nice to start from a starting point, and staff did take an approach of, given this direction, what is kind of the most streamlined process. I believe the way that it's organized, there's a number of topics, and I don't remember the count, maybe 5 specific topical areas, and I think the intention is that we would, and again, this is kind of at the purview of the commission, is that we could take each topical area one by one. If there's a preference to perhaps have general questions, comments, hear general public feedback from the community, and then go through the topic areas, that's another way to organize it. So I think some of that is just for the commission's discretion. Again, it's a workshop, so any feedback, questions, comments, and input that staff receives will be heard and taken in. We fully anticipate that there will be subsequent iterations of what's before you today.
Yeah, and just to expand on that just a little bit. So if you look, I guess the slides aren't up right now, but we have several options for each of the topics. And there's probably a lot of nuanced options in between those as well. But if you, at the end of the hearing, after you take testimony from the public and deliberation among the commissioners, if the commission can arrive in consensus on one of those options and provide that direction to staff, that's what we would be looking for.
Did you just say if the commission can provide consensus on the options?
Yes.
Noted. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gomez.
Add to a question. 2 questions. One relates to, because I really didn't see any language that addresses this issue. I know that when you go to a bar or you go to a restaurant, there's kind of rules that prohibit the limiting your ability to serve people that are intoxicated. Is that being considered? Is that something that's going to be added to this ordinance in terms of just generally safety for the people that sometimes might not have control over what they consume?
Yeah, I think you'll hear from the industry about how they do that. Mm-hmm. But we do have kind of in the ordinance, we have some educational components because we think that's one of the best this is one of the best reasons for these venues to be approved, is to allow that opportunity to educate people on safe and responsible use of cannabis. I don't want to talk about liability of an operator, but they may have liability issues if they serve somebody that should not be served. So we could add something to the ordinance if there's something that, county council hasn't really weighed in on this ordinance yet, and I know they will be. There's definitely going to be some edits coming out of this from the county council's office, and that might be part of what they also contribute.
One option might be to look at limitations in terms of how much they could sell, right, to individuals. But again, it's really a decision of this commission, and I'd like to hear from the folks that are in the industry true about it. Secondly, I wanted to ask about the issue of really too many approving. And I'm not familiar with all the locations, right? Proving a concentration of too many consumption lounges within a certain distance of each other. So that's a concern. I'm not sure how that's being addressed.
Yeah, our existing ordinance already has a separation requirement, although it does allow opportunities to change that separation if there's certain factors involved, such as they're in I think a regional shopping center, I think is one of the categories where they can have more than one cannabis retailer. So the same regulations would apply to these cannabis consumption venues. But as I pointed out, we do not have a numerical limit. The alcohol industry is completely different from the state standpoint. They have the number of licenses based on census population in each census tract. That is not the case with cannabis at this point.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roberts?
I have a global question, and I'm just curious if cannabis is still a cash-based commodity? Maybe. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, so I'm sure somebody will tell us.
Okay. The other question I have is if we can see the slides again, if you're looking for our collective feedback on our options, I was curious to understand with the existing 7 or 8 that currently exist, I think I understood that they would require not necessarily a discretionary permit unless it triggered the need for that. I guess I'm trying to understand the difference between just, how do the existing operations fall into whatever we decide?
So the existing operations did have to get a discretionary permit to begin retail sales. So they've been through that process. And as I pointed out, one of the points of discussion for today is, yes, but when those were issued, nobody thought that cannabis consumption was going to be added. If we're going to do a ministerial process, it would be added without public input. So is that public input important? Is this a significant enough land use issue that we should have a discretionary permit on this? We are not recommending that. We think we've identified the significant land use issues, and we think they can be regulated. And we'd like to approach it that way if that's at all possible. So that's our recommendation. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, though.
No, that was exactly what I was asking, because I was curious to know what staff's opinion on what currently existed, whether you'd considered that, I guess. And so it sounds like you have, and so you're looking for our feedback on these next steps. Are you looking for that now or at the end, after?
I think after you hear from the public on each of these topics, and then hopefully get direction on this topic, and then we'll move on to the next one.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you. Let me ask you, if this is coming later in your presentation, are you going to be speaking to the live music, the potential for that element later on? And then I'll hold off till then on that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to hold that question. Maybe I'll also hold this one off. You said that the county has consulted with all these different entities, but I heard the sheriff, but I didn't hear the highway patrol chime in, and I was curious about that. And I was curious to know, as far as odor, which you noted that was of a significant concern, and when we're talking about potentially having outdoor venues, who would enforce any odor complaints? I've had a lot of interaction with MBARD. I don't know if that would be the entity that would enforce odor complaints. And even with the county and MBARD, there's just not a lot of like weight behind it. So I don't know if that's something you're going to discuss later, or should we like go down that path right now?
We can go down that path now if you like. Yeah, there is a little bit of discussion later on in one of the slides, or one of the topics, about how to address odor. But as far as complaints, because we are a permitting agency, both HCD and the cannabis program, we would be responding to complaints. Our health department would be involved as well. So we would have a team that would respond to any complaints to try and analyze whether there's a significant odor issue associated with any operation, not just a consumption venue. So we have those in place, but they are not easy to address. You know, odor can be in the eye of the beholder, or I guess the nose of the beholder, if you will. It's not clear that a significant odor may exist to one person and another person may think it's just overwhelming. So it's a difficult issue, and we do have people from the health department representatives here, so I don't know if they are online or in person, but if anybody from health can chime in, I'd appreciate that.
If I may, through the chair, we are joined by Edward Moreno, who's the, I'm sorry, I don't want to mispronounce his, and he is a panelist, and I don't know if his hand's up or available, but we do have health staff available.
Hi, good morning, Commission. Ed Moreno, Public Health Director with the Health Department. I'm going to be brief because I know we have Elaine, who's also in chambers with you there. But as far as odors, and I would defer to environmental health. I think we're the one person on the panelists list for environmental health on odors. In terms of the, wasn't specifically asked, but in terms of the smoke, we do understand there is some concern about, there may be some concern about exposure, secondhand smoke exposure in a consumption lounge where smoking is permitted, and the list of individuals that might be subject to secondhand smoke would be the environmental health inspectors themselves, who work generally from have regular hours 8 to 5, and their inspecting hours are generally during working hours of the establishments, which would be more likely from 9 to 4. Would need to go in to complete their inspections, and then also anyone else who goes in on behalf of the retail establishment, including vendors, contractors for repairs, for example, and farmers. So those are, with regards to the generation of odor and smoke, those are some of the public health concerns. And if Elaine has anything else, I believe she's in the audience, she's welcome to add to public health's comments. Thanks.
Did that answer your questions, Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you, but probably not really. I don't know if like they are answerable, because I mean, I'm going down, a lot of my questions are based not because I have a problem with cannabis. I'm perimenopause. I use cannabis, like, please, like, it's wonderful. It's through enforcement, and realistically, we can create this perfect ordinance that tries to close all these loopholes, but if we don't have any enforcement happening, and there are effects, negative effects on the community that these are in, and I live probably, I don't know, half a mile from one. It's not a problem. It's never an issue. Nothing's wrong with it. But there are lots of high school kids who walk by. There's lots of people who walk through there. I don't want to smell that. I wouldn't want someone else to smell that. And if there's no enforcement, it's not controllable. I mean, I'm very experienced with having a legitimate complaint, which we'll also talk about the noise complaints later on, and not being able to do anything about it, where the county just is basically like, we've done all that we can do, and you're just SOL. So that's why it's really important to me that we minimize the potential for that while still respecting the rights of these business owners to have a successful business. So I do have that other question also, though, about the Highway Patrol and if they were looped into any of this, because I did reach out to the Highway Patrol and spoke with an officer about this.
Yeah, they have not been involved with the discussion so far, so we can certainly add them to our working group of county staff.
Oh, through the chair. Thank you. I brought that up because I was not expecting, just to kind of put this out there, the feedback that I got from officer was not what I was expecting. I was not familiar with how many people are pulled over who are driving under the influence and how much additional work it is to determine that when it's not something as simple as alcohol. They don't have a breathalyzer. There's not this predetermined standard. So hearing about the process of testing, so to speak, the legal process that they have to go through was just a huge amount of work that I was not prepared, had no understanding of that. I ask about this because putting this added use into communities, so unincorporated in Monterey County. Obviously, this is still a possibility in our cities and incorporated areas. This is not the whole of Monterey County who's never going to have it if we say no. But we're putting these venues into the areas with the least amount of resources, a different kind of resources than we were talking about earlier, to address concerns. We're often far out away from county people. All the offices are here in this town. They're not in Pajaro, Moss Landing, way out in South County. We don't have law enforcement oversight. We don't have CHP officers who are able to respond in a timely manner into these communities. So those are some of my concerns, and that's why I would love to have CHP looped in on this.
Yeah, and we'll reach out to them. I just want to point out, our approach on this is that right now, cannabis is a legal drug. People are using it. Right now, a lot of people are using it illegally because they do not have a place that they can consume in a legal environment. So the idea here is to provide at least that opportunity to have a legal area where they can consume and hopefully get some education as well while they're there from the staff at these facilities.
All righty. So, Commissioner Deal.
I think Commissioner Shaw, did you want to follow up?
Thank you. It was just kind of, I feel like that, to be blunt, that's kind of a perspective of wanting this to be accepted. If people are going to use it legally, they're going to use it legally. I've literally, and I know I do jiu-jitsu, I know so many people who smoke pot. They're going to do it when they're going to do it. I don't think I've ever run into someone who's like, oh my gosh, I don't have a legal place to do this. What am I going to do? It happens all the time. I don't know that this necessarily fills a need other than recreation. It sounds like a nice thing. I think of the venue down the street from me, and aside from noise and odor, it seems like a cool place for people to meet up and something to do and something that will bring a little bit of life to the community. I just don't think that doesn't move me in any way. Maybe it moves others that, it's addressing a need that is going to be filled based on legality. That doesn't sway me whatsoever.
Commissioner Deal.
I'm glad I let her talk because she said exactly what I wanted to respond to. That may be true for residents, but in a community where we have a vast number of visitors who are staying in visitor accommodations, it's not true. And many of the visitors who come, again, I'm speaking from the perspective of Big Sur, which is not included in the potential for these outlets, they don't have any option, and they are on recreational time. And if there were another way to deal with it, I believe it might be more effective. I would hold up the example of alcohol on ships, which is my background. In American ships, alcohol is prohibited. You're not allowed to drink on ships. This does not mean alcohol is not consumed on ships, by the way. But it did lead to, when I was running the ships, a lot of problems with people using it in their own room out of brown paper bags excessively, and that resulted in difficulties and challenges. Other countries, I'll use the British example as one, you have bars on ships. And the rule is you may not consume alcohol except in the bar. And that allows some level of sociality and some level of control over consumption. And if you're outside of that, you absolutely have the benefit of not only the authorities, but the people surrounding you to enforce that behavior. I don't think it's completely the same, but it is the part that I would put forward as my general idea that such a thing makes a lot of sense to me. I also just had a question, because I think weirdly. We do have cigar vaults and cigar bars in the area that have odor issues. Have we looked at how they deal with the potential for secondhand smoke and odor control? I mean, it seems like that's a pretty pervasive odor, and those uses do happen in pretty close quarters, and I don't remember them being an issue otherwise. So just, again, as I say, crossed my mind and wondered if we looked at that as a potential resource for how to deal with the odor issue specifically in this instance.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Thank you. Yeah, I know that you mentioned that, I guess, that people don't have an area where they can consume legally. If there was a certain legal consumption for those individuals that use it, where would those be?
They'd have to be partnered with a retail facility. So the 8 that we have licensed currently, they would have to consume in those areas.
Or is that the only area they would be able to consume?
Well, I mean, they could get, another operator could get a new permit to open a new retail facility with a consumption venue as well. So anywhere in the zoning districts that I showed on the map, those allow cannabis retail facilities. Those would also then, if this ordinance is adopted, also allow cannabis consumption venues.
Would they be able to consume in their own private homes?
Yes.
Would the law allow for that?
Yeah, the law does allow for that. It's just public areas that you cannot consume legally.
So then there are legal areas where they can consume
For much of the population, yes, but there's a lot of the population, maybe just as much, I don't know, that live in apartments or, that have roommates that don't want smoking in their unit. They're hotels, things like that do not have a legal place to consume.
If let's say a family member of mine or a friend, they own their own house, I don't live there, would I be able to consume it there?
If they said yes, yes.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify for myself. The other piece is, did this particular ordinance, or in terms of changes or the recommendations, is this something that the industry, the retail facility is requesting to be created, or is it something that the community came forward and said, we would like for this to be changed, or is it a combination of both? So I'm not sure, since it's coming up, whether it's coming from one sector of the community or 2 sectors of the community or 3 sectors of the community, whatever that may be, because it would surely help me kind of look at that, because I think that's an important piece. Where is it coming from?
Yeah, so for me, it came from the Board of Supervisors. So somehow it came to the Board of Supervisors. I'm not sure of all that background. Maybe some of the other staff is aware of how it got to that location. The industry is interested in this, certainly, and we've had discussions with them. So I'm sure once you hear from the public input today, you'll get some more clarity on that. And maybe some other staff know as well.
Yeah, I think we will.
Yeah, if I may, just briefly to that background. So this is something that has come up with the industry, and it had come up and was a discussion point. I want to say a year ago, if not two, when staff brought forward our long-range work program. And so as a part of the discussion around our long-range work program, there was a desire and general board support that we include consideration of cannabis lounges. And however, it was also recognized that staffing resources was limited, which is why also the department is working with our retired annuitant, Mr. Novo, to help carry this particular topic forward. So it did come through. It was a discussion that came from the industry, and that the request had come through the supervisors, and it came up through discussion and request through our general consideration of our long-range work program to look into basically the mechanism and how we could allow for such a use for cannabis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do I still have the floor? I still have a couple of more questions.
Of whom?
Thank you. My third question, and I guess you can do this with alcohol, whether it's in a bar or a lounge or something, whether in terms of those individuals that do drink more than they should, and then they drive off, and then they have a very tragic accident one way or the other. And so is there any information in looking at other different localities that might have some type of a policy, et cetera? Do we have any information in terms of and I guess it's been addressed a little bit here, in terms of safety driving? I know we talked about education, but, we can educate individuals, but will they be willing to follow the information that is given to them in the educational process? But do we have any information, or have we researched any information as far as safety driving information? Are there increased accidents in those particular areas or close by of any type of accident might have occurred with those individuals that may have been using cannabis in those type of lounges? I'm not sure if we have looked at that or we haven't looked at that, or if there's any research that specifically speaks to if there's any increase in that or not.
I haven't found any research yet about that, but we can keep doing some more digging.
Okay, and my next question has to deal with timeline. And in terms of discretionary permits, would those have a particular timeline? Let's say that one way or the other, that recommendation of Plan A was approved. Do we have anywhere in there that let's say we find out that there has been increase in accidents and deaths in particular areas? Is there like a timeline that would be placed for that particular area in terms of use, and then let's say 3 years, 5 years, and then reapply for it again? Is there any type of timeline embedded in that?
I can speak to our existing county code, which we're not proposing to change, requires an annual permit through the cannabis program manager. I think they're called commercial cannabis permits. So that they're renewed every year. So we would have the opportunity to, if we have new information that it's a dangerous operation for some reason, we'd have an opportunity to not renew a permit.
But the permit is for the overall operation, not for the specific piece of use within that locality. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I understand, but the permit is for the retailer currently, and then there would be a permit for consumption. It'd be a separate permit is what we're envisioning.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. Any other question? Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chair. my first question is, when you speak of odor, do you basically mean smoke? Or is there an odor related to cannabis use other than smoke?
I don't know the answer. I'm assuming smoke in my world, but hope perhaps some of the public can educate all of us.
Okay, thank you. So following up on that, it seems to me that if the concern is smoke, then wouldn't it be the same as the concern for cigarette smoke and vaping smoke and cigar smoke? And couldn't the regulations be similar to whatever regulations we have in place that limit the exposure of non-smokers to that secondhand smoke? Also, while you think, I'm not familiar with all our liquor licensing regulations and all those specifics. However, I have been at commercial venues, bars, restaurants, where you can have wine, but you can't have hard liquor. Is it possible to have commercial licensing where you could consume the non-smoke cannabis and allow retailers that, I think you said ministerial permit? Because if the concern is people's behavior while intoxicated, it would be the same concern as when they're drinking alcohol. And if the concern is the smoke, it would be the same concern as those places where people are using cigarettes and cigars or vaping. So couldn't the limitations and regulation for cannabis consumption run parallel, perhaps, to cigarette use?
They can. I'm a land use planner, so I deal with land use issues, so you're getting a little bit outside of my expertise, but we do have people from the health department here. One thing they pointed out to me in the discussions internally that we've had on this is that edibles, they have a different effect than smoking. They take longer to take effect and the effects can last longer. So hopefully, if you have any questions about that, they can chime in on that information, because it's out of my expertise. We just think that having a cannabis consumption venue provides the opportunity to educate people. I don't want to repeat over and over again, but I think this is an important land use, even though, as Commissioner Shaw points out, people are still going to do things illegally. We know that. But we think having an opportunity for those that choose to try and follow the law, we think is a better approach. And we think because the way we're constructing the ordinance includes an educational component, we have the ability to say, here's proper dosing. Hopefully the retailers will have the ability to do that. And I know in talking to them, that is what their intent is, to kind of educate people how to properly use and legally use and safely use cannabis. So it's in their interest to keep their customers safe as well. So hopefully you'll hear from them soon.
Thank you. So in follow-up to that, one more question. Do we have research for those regulations as far as dosing? Here's how much you can sell to one person and control.
I haven't reviewed any of that yet. I did notice that one ordinance does have a limit, I think it's 10 milligrams of THC limit on, I think it was edibles. So I had a question for other county staff. Is that an important thing we should add to this ordinance? So we haven't talked through that yet. So we may have some limitations in the final version of this ordinance, but we're looking at that very topic.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. Very good. All right, we will open it then to public comment on this item. It's not that you can't speak on any other item, but I'd appreciate it if you limit yourself to this particular subject because we will be going through all of them. So whoever would like to come up, please give us your name so we can have that.
Hi, Robert Roach. Good morning, Mr. Getzelman and Ms. Beretti. My comments are kind of general in nature. First, my background. I retired from the Agricultural Commissioner after 30 plus years working in regulatory enforcement. Following my retirement in the end of 2018 and 2019, I came back and worked for Joanne Iwamoto of the Cannabis Program as, where are you, Mike? What was I? Retired annuitant. Yeah, retired annuitant, a management specialist. And then in 2020, I was asked to become the executive director of the Monterey County Cannabis Industry Association. So I've been following the issue. 2023, I went to Palm Springs on a family trip, and Palm Springs has a number of consumption lounges all along the main street. And I visited 4 or 5 of them. I talked to the owners, employees. I wrote that all up. They were very happy with it. And my takeaway was it wasn't that hard. You had some ventilation with the entrances. Their ordinance was very short. So I sent all that to Ms. Iwamoto in 2023, in the summer. It took the fall of 2025 before the county got moving on this. So one of my themes is don't delay this anymore. The county regulates cannabis very strictly. I was on the team that wrote the ordinance. I thought it was too strict. I didn't like code enforcement being involved, but that's what we got. The cannabis regulates very strictly. In the beginning, the county had like a $5+ million regulatory program, but they were getting $15 million in taxes, so that was okay. But now they have about a $3.2 million regulatory program, and they're hoping they cover it with the taxes. We used to have 100+ cultivators. Now there's 37. That's not all the county's fault. I'm not trying to suggest that. There are bigger issues at play here. But the excessive regulation didn't help. And then they basically extinguished our growers in Big Sur. I mean, that was our legacy. That was our history. That goes back to the diaspora. And I'm running out of town, so I'll move on. That was bad. They designed a regulatory program that no one could meet. They went back, they tweaked it. They still couldn't meet it. No one's been able to meet that program. Hemp, they did the same thing with hemp. Our hemp growers went to San Benito County because they couldn't do it here. So we've overregulated everything with cannabis. So please don't do that again. And hearing some of the comments, I'm very concerned about what you might do. We really don't need to overthink this. It's not that difficult, as successful in many other places. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ditto what Bob said there, but good morning, commissioners. My name is Aram Stoney. I'm the owner of Big Sur Canna Botanicals, and thank you for holding this workshop. I did email my comments, so I won't repeat all those, and hopefully you did have a chance to read them. I do want to start off by recognizing that staff has done a great job with their due diligence over the past several years. With drafting the proposed ordinance in front of you, I think their recommendations are thoughtful, balanced, and focused on community protections. You say to keep to the subject. I think we covered a lot of different subjects. It wasn't really to the one that we were talking about in the first option here, which was keeping it simple. Option A is what staff is recommending. Just we already have gone through an extensive process to have a retail location. I think they're putting things in place that would cover most of your concerns and allow that as a discretionary permit and not have us come through this discretionary permit process again. I've been in business almost 9 years. It's been that long since I was in front of you. Some of you are still here, and I commend your commend your dedication to the commission. So to the subject, staff's recommendation, option A. if you'd like me to address any of the concerns and questions, as far as legal use, Commissioner Shaw, Commissioner Deal, you're both right. The legal use, people are going to use it where they're going to use it. But for example, just yesterday, I'm leaving my shop at 6 o'clock in the evening, and there were some tourists that came through. They had no other options, and I could see them on the far end of the parking lot, taking advantage of where they could, right? And so it is a big deal to have an opportunity for people to have a legal outlet to consume cannabis. And of course, they can go in their own homes, they can do that, but for our tourists mainly, they don't. I'll also address, there's a lot of things to address, but I'll keep just to a few. I did bring this forward probably over 4 years ago to Supervisor Adams, and we had a lot of discussions about it. And that was really brought forth for a number of reasons. I was getting a lot of people coming in, asking where they could go to do this. So there was requests from the public, not only from our tourist public, but from a lot of local people. They just want somewhere to go. They might not enjoy going to the bars and being around what alcohol brings. They enjoy their cannabis use and would like a social environment to be able to do that. So this has been a long process. So I'll just leave it at that. I can address any of your other concerns and questions that were brought up, if you would allow me to do so as we move forward.
Alrighty, thank you. If we have something, I think we'll certainly call on you, sir. You seem...
I have a question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Stoney, thank you.
Well, I have a question from Mr.
Oh, you have, for Mr. Stoney. Okay, my apologies.
It normally in bars where they sell alcohol, they have alcohol consumption. Normally they sell you maybe a beer, whatever, at a time or two at a time, and for your use. And then after you had one too many, and you're already way intoxicated, they're able to see and be able to figure out whether you can continue selling them or not. Because I mentioned the issue of then driving off and, hitting a tree or killing somebody else or killing themselves in some tragic accident. In this particular case, if let's say I'm a user of cannabis and I'm buying a certain amount, then I can take it out or wherever that facility is to be able to use it. How is the company or the people who are selling that be able to determine whether a person has already had smoked too much and then drive away? Is there going to be some type of a system to a person that says, I'm sorry, but, at what point does it become too much and how do you control that?
No, I understand your question. Absolutely. First of all, cannabis is very different from alcohol. Alcohol, again, there are strict parameters, or I guess not parameters, but there's blood alcohol level that determines your, intoxication level. Some people, a bigger guy can handle a few more drinks, a smaller person, not so much. Cannabis is a lot different. People have different tolerance levels naturally. For example, if I have a 10 milligram gummy, I'm going to probably be in the corner of my room hoping to go to sleep soon. Someone else can tolerate 1,000 milligrams and not even feel it. So as far as determining what the appropriate dosage for one person is really an individual, kind of parameter. Other than that, those signs of intoxication, yes, we would anticipate that businesses that want to do this will train their staff to look for these visible signs, falling asleep, I guess, on the couch would be one of them. It's not the same as alcohol, right? There are some difficulties there. I will concur, but it's not impossible to see. The eyelids are maybe a little more closed. There are things that we can try to do to determine if someone's over intoxicated. But at the end of the day, we're just asking for the chance for adults to be adults. You have to plan ahead. When I'm going to a bar and I know I'm going to have more than 2 drinks, I'm going to call an Uber, I'm going to get a taxi. I know my levels of intoxication, and I hope as an adult person coming to a facility to use cannabis, they understand their personal levels of intoxication, and we'll have the recommendations, we'll have the relationships with the Ubers, the Lyfts, the taxi cabs, there's buses, there's designated drivers, there's lots of opportunities for people to do it responsibly.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you. I just was curious if you were able to tell us about the way people can purchase cannabis. I'm just curious if it's an all cash or how that.
Different facilities do, depending on how you're interpreting the law, I suppose. There are banking regulations. I do have a bank. All my business practices are done with checks and my ATM card and things like that. I write checks to the state for taxes and things like that, to the county. We do have an ACH program. You can sign up and do things like that. So there are alternatives to cash, but cash isn't as much as an issue as it used to be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tony. Thank you. Any other commissioners' questions? No.
Happy to
Thank
come
you very
back
much, sir. Appreciate your help.
Hello, my name is Valentia Piccinini, and I'm the owner of Synchronicity Holistic. We are the only cannabis destination in California who's ever featured a pharmacist in RNs. I've suffered from multiple sclerosis for 32 years. In 2010, I wound up at Stanford Hospital, I had 4 broken ribs and a torn rotator cuff, and recommended that I go to Santa Cruz and see a cannabis doctor. Now, at this point, I've raised 7 children. I've sent 3 to treatment because I thought cannabis was a gateway drug. My brother was a stoner, and now I know, looking back, he had social anxiety, got into a group of kids where he felt the safety, and was self-medicating for his anxiety and depression. In 2010, I went to a cannabis doctor, had a recommendation written, and then proceeded to attend every cannabis state that I could. And I wound up in Israel, and I met the Department of Israel Ministry, the universities, the chemist, Dr. Raphael Mushulam. They were fascinated how I progressed from a wheelchair to a walker, a cane, and many of you remember I rolled a walker for over 10 years. I just attended a class at UCLA. This is their quote on cannabis. It is a phytonutrient we will be using for age management and wellness for the rest of our lives. It is cumulative. The longer we're on it, the more transformative our health will be. My cognition is better than it's been in 6 years. I couldn't have run a cannabis store 6 years ago with the regulation and the multitasking that you have to do. What I can tell you is we've seen over 16,000 patients. The medical community supports Synchronicity. Dr. Centurion, who is a local neurologist, sent all of his ALS, Parkinson's, and MS patients to Synchronicity Holistic. We're proud of the education. There's a couple of questions that I hope that I can answer by explaining the different levels of delivery. Inhalation works in a minute or 2, only works for about 2 hours. Tinctures go through the mucosal membrane, which is under the tongue. Works in 20 to 30 minutes, peaks at about an hour, completely out of your bloodstream in 3.5 to 4 hours. Tinctures are probably the most bioavailable that we start most of our seniors on. My demographic is 55, my eldest is 94. They're using it for pain, sleep. Oh my gosh, so many uses. Brings blood pressure down. It levels out insulin levels. But what I can tell you is the patients that do sometimes spend, my average basket is $300. I talked to Mary Adams about this. When you are sick and someone
convinces you to buy cannabis and you haven't had the opportunity to ingest it while you're on site, they may walk out with $300. I'll call them 48 hours later. We got scared. Just say no is still in our head. The only way I can educate people is to get them in my store, have them feel the feeling of the anti-anxiety effect that it has, and watch their gait speed and their mental clarity increase. I urge the commission and the public to support this, because I'm right next to the barnyard. It says no vaping first. Are you kidding me? There's no scent with vaping. Inhalation, I'm an asthmatic. I probably won't have inhalation on site, but there's so many other important deliveries that we have to educate. When people come in and say they've been smoking pot for 40 or 50 years, they've been self-medicating like my brother was. Thank you for your attention.
Anyone else in the public like to speak on this topic? You'll have many, in fact, 4 more opportunities, I believe, to speak. So is there someone on Zoom? Okay. I'm sorry, ma'am. Let's take the, please, come forward, ma'am. Please, I'm sorry. I didn't.
That's okay. Hi, good morning. I'm Michelle House. I serve as the Cannabis Program Manager for the County of Monterey. And I know Public Health is also in room, I think, behind me. I think, yes, there they are. Okay, so I want to address a little bit about the public safety because I do think that's important. And one of the things that Public Health has been working on are QR codes that can be scanned. And our thought is that this would be a great item to have available inside the lounges. And the other thing to keep in mind is Public Health is working directly with our dispensary members to come up with ways to address this in a public health manner. So the idea could be a coaster or something that's sitting at the table. I understand I may have consumed, as Mr. Stoney said, really keeping our eye on the public and understanding that they may be new to the cannabis conversation and have overconsumed, could use their phone or get help to do so, either call the ride scan, and the ride would come up and they would receive a $10 discount coupon for that ride to get them safely to their home. Their car can be left there or to their hotel because, as we said, if you are a tourist, you may not consume in your room, and you are not allowed by state law to consume in public. So this will give that place of safety and a way for the industry to kind of monitor how they're doing. And then they will be able to get home safely by either the ride or the QR code. And that's really important, especially if you're new to the cannabis conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, if there's anyone else that would like to speak, come on forward, please. Yes, definitely. But it's a little helpful if there is someone who knows they would like to talk to us to come forward and sit in the front row, so it's a little bit more convenient for both of us. Thank you. Yes, please.
Good morning. My name is Elaine Narciso. I'm a program supervisor with the Public Health Department. I oversee our cannabis education program. I wanted to add to some of the comments that my colleague, Ms. Michelle House, had shared. So as she had pointed out, our program does do education. We do a lot of education in regards to drug driving here in Monterey County. We have a grant from the California Office of Traffic Safety. We have had this grant for a couple of years. One of the big initiatives that we've had is...
Could you just pull the microphone so I can be sure to hear you? Thank you.
Is that a little better?
That's okay. Very much.
One of the initiatives that we launched under this grant is our Lyft discount voucher program. So I actually have an example of what it looks like. So we actually worked with our dispensary partners in putting these voucher oh, okay, we can pass it along. And essentially, as Michelle had pointed out, they scan it, they get $10 off from a Lyft. Oh, thank you. Yep. From a Lyft ride. We've made these available at our different dispensary partners, including Canna Botanicals. We also work with our industry partners to develop some of the educational material that we have in regards to drug driving. We do recognize that cannabis is something that is legal to consume. And so we do want to ensure that when we're trying to do education to those that are 21 and up and making the decision to consume, that the messaging that we develop is appropriate and that it meets people where they are. And so we will get input from our dispensary partners in crafting messaging that's most appropriate and that will resonate with their consumers. And so our program does education. We've passed these out at Cali Roots, for example. We've been to Pride festivals. We do work with CHP to do education on drug driving. We're out at the high schools. We're at the community colleges trying to get the word out. So we anticipate continuing the work with any of the retailers that do decide to form or to establish a venue to continue this drug driving education. We do keep track of traffic safety data to see if we notice some of those spikes and to address any potential gaps that may come up. But if there's any questions in regards to some of the education that we do, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Oh, ma'am, Commissioner Shaw has a question for you.
Thank you. I did see it mentioned in here, this coupon program, and you said it was funded by a grant. Is that correct, what I just heard?
So we had initially started under a grant. Currently, we are using local funds to support it.
So local funding would be taxpayer dollars, correct?
No,
please correct me.
Public health allocated funds. We don't receive any cannabis tax funds in the cannabis education program.
Sorry, so where does the public health funding come from? Just to be perfectly clear.
It's part of our, if the program manager for public health is on, if you can hop on to better explain this answer than me. It's funding that's allocated to the health department. We don't get any funding from local cannabis tax to support any of the initiatives that we do.
Thank you. If maybe I could clarify better though. So would this funding be from, maybe someone else know, from that cannabis tax going through to the health department, eventually ending up with these coupons?
No, the tax money doesn't go to public health for this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Alrighty. Anyone else within the chambers before we go to Zoom? No, seeing no one. Is there anyone, Madam Clerk, on the Zoom?
Yeah, we have Ricardo Diaz Jr.
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just, my name is Ricardo Rick Diaz. I'm elected trustee for North Monterey County Unified School District and on a couple of commissions appointed by, and I'm on LUAC for Castroville, but I'm speaking as an individual. I could see some pros to this, and it's probably an inevitability. I do probably have a question later, if you guys could answer about, are any of these going to be in cities and not just unincorporated? But also the pros I was talking about is, definitely a place to hang out and consume, and I could see, bands, and I have no problem with that, and like video games, movies, whatever is the business owners might have, and I know food was talked about in past meetings and stuff like that, but that's a different part of it. I guess. I wanted to also say it's just some cons of the smell, and if like secondary smoke for cigarettes is not allowed or not wanted. I just think a regulatory thing where it can't be smelled at all whatsoever in the places. Besides that, I might have some comments later. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, sir. Is there someone else?
Joey Espinosa.
Please go right ahead.
Malcolm?
Hi. Can everyone hear me?
Very well, sir. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Perfect. I know there's a lot covered here, and I want to kind of breeze through it, not to be, just fast on this, but there's a rapid fire I want to kind of help with. I have a company that actually consults and helps jurisdictions come online with these sort of businesses in a proper way and considering the communities as well as independent operators and license holders. And so one thing I want to mention is I'm actually based primarily in Las Vegas. As you know, the casinos here allow tobacco consumption and smoking to happen in their places. And one of the things they go off of that helps with that is extremely, filtered heavy with charcoal HVAC systems that, in all honesty, are a burden a business owner has to take on because it's a pretty penny to get those installed. And so a lot of that falls on the operator to make sure that they practice that. As well, in terms of the education side of this, just like in a restaurant, I have a hospitality background my whole life. Just like you would educate a staff on wine service or any other sort of amenity-driven, sort of programming in your place, you would have questions or discourse like you would when you're selling a bottle of wine to understand the experience side of this and help identify people that you maybe need to keep an eye on a little bit more heavy in terms of what their consumption experience is and levels of tolerance. Just going really quickly to the driving aspect and the transportation, I think safety is probably the number one, thing that we really need to be aware of here. A lot of everything that everyone said about partnerships with Ubers or rideshare, that's fantastic. Those work. But also having something like a no-tow rule for 24 hours, that's always helped where if there are people who have driven to come on site, that no one is penalized for leaving their car at the appropriate parking over a certain period of time. That's proven very effective as well. The other thing I want to mention really quickly is looking at this from the business owner's side, and this might be one of the more important aspects outside of community and safety. The cannabis industry has struggled so much, and this is a possibility and potential shot in the arm in a positive way for them, where they have another revenue stream that's activated for them. It's been very difficult with 280E, and we're reversing that now with going towards rescheduling. But this is an amenity that they can add that is a serious revenue stream, essentially, and especially when you add food and beverage service, treating this like a proper restaurant. I see this no different as a regular hospitality business. It's just we're replacing liquor, which I think people are gravitating less towards and more towards what we call Cali sober for people who are more into cannabis consumption and seeing that as maybe a more healthier, viable route for a vice or something they like to do to relax. The last thing I will say is there's a weird loophole that's kind of happened with how we've regulated cannabis in the majority of jurisdictions where we've allowed for people to purchase and we've allowed for people to take it off premise, but there's no in between of, again, how everyone's mentioned, where someone can consume. I recently stayed in an Airbnb where literally it was an $1,000 fine if you were smoking, not even inside, but outside and around the premise. They had cameras and everything to enforce that. And so we need to give people a safe space where at least we can control something that the black market has run rampant with forever. So it just gives another sort of ability for us to keep people in check, educate the consumer as well as a staff that's working in these places. And there are spaces, again, when you look at West Hollywood, the last point I want to make, they usually reserve a certain percentage of the business for the consumption space. They don't just allow it to be everywhere and people just, it's smoke and a plume of a cloud of smoke everywhere. It really is something that they are conscious about and want to get people who maybe don't consume cannabis, but their group or their friends, they do. And they want to have a place where they can still all have a common ground for meeting. And again, hospitality at the forefront of that. So I want to be, cautious of the time here and everyone respectful of everyone's allowance. But this is something that has just a litany, a myriad of benefits in terms of weighing to the cons. I'm sure people would love for cannabis smoke to not be on the streets and sides of roads where there's families. And Carmel in particular is a huge vacation area. I went there a year ago with my family. I loved it.
Thank you.
It would be nice if there's a controlled environment.
Thank you, sir.
We're going to try Joey Espinoza.
Morning. Sorry about that. I lost connection. Good morning, commissioners. I'd like to bring us back to the topic that we're on and suggest that we look at option A. we've had regulated dispensaries in Monterey County now for nearly a decade, and many of the fears 10 years ago it didn't end up materializing. Our local operators have proven they're professional, they're highly regulated, and that they are and want to be good neighbors. Given that we have this structure in place, I feel like option A is the most logical choice. These businesses are already in approved zones. They already have existing security. They're already away from any sensitive uses such as schools. So option A doesn't really invent the wheel. It allows existing businesses to offer a safe indoor space for their current customers. And I agree that if we do this, there still will be people who don't follow the rules and still smoke in public, but I don't think that's a reason not to do this. I think that anytime we can encourage a more regulated and safe environment, we should do that. And as was mentioned, we have been working closely with the health department and the safety committee for quite a while. So you do have not only operators who want to do well, but you have local staff who are working with them and working together to collaborate on how to do this well and how to keep everybody safe and educated at the same time. And I think that's a pretty unique thing and something that gives me a lot of confidence to go forward with this. So I'll keep it short. I hope that the commissioners would support option A. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Christabel Saraga.
Hi, good morning. So on behalf of our health department, I just want to thank Mike, the commission, and the staff and the retailers, of course, for their thoughtful and collaborative approach on this. This has required a lot of coordination across multiple departments, will require a lot more coordination as well, to make sure that both our community and our operational impacts are thoroughly looked at. Regarding driving under the influence, I just wanted to piggyback on some of what's already come up and my colleague Elaine brought up. So driving under the influence of cannabis is illegal, just like driving under the influence of alcohol or impairment, really regardless of the substance. Cannabis can affect the reaction time, coordination, our depth perception, our attention, and our decision making. Unlike alcohol, as several in the room have already mentioned, the impairment from cannabis is not easy to measure, and the effects are going to vary widely depending on the methods of consumption, the potency, and also whether other substances are involved. So the edibles present some unique risks because the effects are delayed and they can last for several hours. So while a person might not feel the impact or the impairment right away, they might consume more and then maybe experience some stronger than expected impairments later. So community-wide public health education remains essential in something like this. As we're considering this, I think the message to drive in our community is pretty simple. It's basically, if you feel different, if you feel slower, if you feel high, you need to plan ahead, schedule that ride, a designated driver, ride share. An ordinance or the proposed changes to our ordinance don't change the responsibility that we all have basically to keep our roads safe. Regarding the Lyft coupons, this is not cannabis tax revenue, so we do not, our public health education program does not receive funding from our cannabis tax revenue. So the source is other health department funds, and I'd be happy to trace that back if needed and get that information to the commission or to Mike. But again, we don't receive public health, we don't receive cannabis tax revenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One more.
Brian Flores.
Thank you. Good morning, planning commissioners, members of the public. This is Brian Flores, Chief of Parks for the County of Monterey. Kind of coming late to the discussion here, but I wanted to throw something out there that may pertain to the ordinance redraft, and that is for cannabis events or events that include cannabis, such as music festivals and such. A few years back, the county had moved forward. The Board of Supervisors gave approval to move forward with a cannabis-oriented music festival at Laguna Seca. Unfortunately, the promoters couldn't pull it off and it fell through, but they were supportive of the idea of having a festival slash trade show that did have a cannabis both sales and consumption component of it. So I'm hopeful that if this is the direction the Planning Commission would like to go, that some thought may be considered or put into discussing events that are not necessarily tied to a dispensary or an existing establishment. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Flores. Ms. Clerk? Nothing else. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break because old guys need that. So we'll be back here in 5. Thank you. Thank you. We are going to restart with topic number 2 from the presentation, which is to identify if and how a cannabis consumption venue may expand cannabis retail facility footprint. Okay. Don't think I read that very well, but Mr. Novo.
Just a point of clarification. Do we want to get Planning Commission direction on topic 1 first and then go to topic 2, or do you want to do them all at the end?
Would you like it that way?
It's really the Commission's discretion. I'm good either way.
Mr. Chair, I say we clear the plate. Let's talk about this and move on.
That's fine with me. Any other comment? Any other thoughts? Commissioner Deal, you got thoughts? Oh, that's true. That was a silly question.
Are they useful? Totally different question. But with respect to the current topic, it would seem to me, as much as I like the clear the plate analogy, this is the general question, and I would think that would be better answered once we'd had the total discussion of all the points. So I know what I think now, but it is possible I could change my mind.
Yeah, you could do such a great job, Mr. Novo, that you might change your mind. Are there any other thoughts, commissioners? Commissioner Work?
Yeah, I just have a thought on the land use part. Did I understand correctly that it would be like similar to opening a bar?
Yeah. Yes. I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I just have issues in permanent grazing zoning with being able to open a bar. That's just my take on that end of the county.
Down there where nobody lives. Commissioner Roberts, would you be okay?
I'm good with whatever the group wants to do.
We have one vote one way, one vote the other way, and okay, all right. Let's go through them in order then. Mr. Novo, if you don't mind.
Thank you, and if I can have the slides back. So we'll move on to topic 2, which is identify if and how a cannabis consumption venue may expand the retail footprint. So we're anticipating that adding a consumption use to an existing retailer may, in some cases at least, require expanding the retailer's footprint. Some retailers may be able to accommodate the use on site, especially if they're doing a smaller scale consumption model. The ordinance has been crafted to allow expansion on the same property or within the same building through a ministerial permit process, as I pointed out earlier, or within an adjacent outdoor space with a discretionary permit. That's option A. Special setback requirements from sensitive land use would still apply, and they would be one of the factors that both the Cannabis Program Manager and Housing and Community Development check when they're reviewing the application through the ministerial process. We'll be checking all the other factors of county code as well to make sure they're consistent with all county regulations. So all consumption customers would have to access the area through the retail area, controlled by the retail staff. For option B, this would require that cannabis consumption could be allowed only within the existing permitted space, utilizing the ministerial permit process. This would not preclude necessarily that somebody could expand, but that would mean that a discretionary permit would be needed to amend their existing permit to allow the expansion. Option C would clearly just set up a new discretionary permit process to allow any expansion. This would ensure public participation in the process through requiring an application notice and opportunity for a hearing. Discretionary applications, and as I pointed out earlier, they involve significant costs and time to process, with the applicants having no certainty before they apply. As we stated earlier, our philosophy is that if sufficient regulations can be established and we can identify the land use issues, staff is trying to recommend a ministerial process approach for this new land use. So we recommend development of an ordinance that will allow cannabis consumption venues to expand the footprint using a ministerial process, option A, and we asked for public input and commissioner input at this time.
Commissioner Hartzell.
First, I want to clarify, because I saw this come through in a letter, and I've seen it in your packet, but just saying this out loud, that this ordinance applies to the unincorporated county because the cities have the ability to regulate this themselves. True?
True.
Thank you. I know we have 8 facilities in the unincorporated county that currently have retail permits, and that this would apply to them. And that seems reasonable to me. Where I start to feel a little squishy is to think like somebody else might open a retail facility and then want to expand into a consumption without having talked about the consumption during their discretionary permit process, because I'd like to see people planning ahead, and I'd like to see the public process around the discretionary permit, if they have to get one anyway, to include the issue of the consumption lounge. It just seems fair to have public input if there's an opportunity to do that. I know it's splitting hairs a little bit, but that's kind of how I feel about it.
It's actually not something staff has talked about as well, and we think it would be important that we, if this ordinance is adopted as structured, meaning a ministerial process, we think it's important that any new application for a retail facility assume and really analyze that consumption use could also occur at that site. So that would be part of that discretionary permit discussion and analysis. So I think, maybe a positive statement in the ordinance about that would be useful, but that is the thought behind staff's approach.
Okay, good. Commissioner Montalvo.
Thank you, Chair. Of the 8 businesses we already have, how many would fall under option 1, 2, or 3 from the slide? I don't remember if it was ABC or 1, 2, 3. But of the 8, how many would the staff's recommended option serve or would be able to take advantage of?
They would all be able to take advantage of it.
Of the one that staff is recommending?
Of any of them. I mean, what this ordinance allows, unless we decide that cannabis consumption venues are not allowed, back to topic 1, any existing retailer would be able to pursue whatever path this ordinance adopts.
Could we see that slide? I'm not expressing my question well.
If you can put the slide back up. You wanted me to go back to topic 1 or?
2.
Okay.
What we're on. So option A is the one staff is recommending, right?
Yes.
Of the 8 current dispensaries, how many actually have the adjoining space within the same building or adjacent outdoor space to accommodate the cannabis consumption venue?
I can't answer that because I don't know what their business model is. So that would be something the industry would have to tell you. I know that one applicant wants to expand, but the other 7 haven't told me anything about their plans.
So we don't know what space they're in.
This would limit it to being within the same building as far as expansion through the ministerial process. If they go outdoors, they need a discretionary permit. This would also allow potentially them adding on to their building to allow it under option A.
So
if I may, through the chair, is what you're asking is, were the commission to go with option B, for example, only within existing facilities, would individuals have the opportunity, or are you trying to understand?
I'm trying to understand, of the 8 dispensaries we already have, how many of those 8 would actually be able to benefit from option A? How many have the retail space available?
Well, option A actually allows them to expand. Option B is the one where they could not expand. So I would think that all 8 could expand, either indoors or outdoors. And again, outdoors will require discretionary permits, but I would think that all 8 could.
Okay, so
But I don't know the details of all those businesses.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I could be completely misunderstanding things. Are other businesses allowed to expand their facilities? This is showing my complete ignorance about owning an actual like brick and mortar store without getting a discretionary permit. They can just build a whole nother building maybe, or put a whole nother floor on it. And if you have other neighbors that might have an impact on the surrounding businesses or surrounding communities, it doesn't matter. There's no say in that. If they can just go ahead and do that. Other businesses are afforded that, correct?
In some circumstances, yes. I mean, it's more nuanced. Some do trigger discretionary permits when they're expanding. Others you can expand. So, I'm not sure how to answer it other than it depends, which is unfortunately one of the answers planners use way too often. It depends on the type of use, the permits that have been issued, and if it's an allowed use versus a discretionary use. If it's an allowed use, then typically somebody can just expand by getting a building permit. If it's a discretionary use, then typically you would have to amend the discretionary permit.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm thinking of so I'm in District 2 where 7 of the 8 places exist. And I'm trying to think of the ones that I know of offhand or the one that I live near. And the impacts building out to some degree might have, and if the community or the neighbors would have the opportunity to have input on that, and that would affect my decision on which of those options I would be comfortable with in the event that we're moving forward. So I guess just a statement, not really a question.
Okay. Commissioner Gomez?
I like the idea of providing the discretionary permit, but I also like the idea of being able to see if because I know some of these businesses are struggling, and that's partly why they're considering doing this consumption stuff. I want to see if there's any precedent for us waiving fees for that as part of this, as part of a motion.
Okay. When we get there. All righty. Commissioner Deal, excuse me, did you have your hand up? I'm sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt.
We were discussing location, trying to just
thank you
figure
for
something out.
thank you
But
for
I did
helping out.
have, if it's time, I would be happy to say that my lens here would be to try to treat this business as if it was any other kind of business. So if there were to be an expansion, and that expansion were in say a mall where the business could normally take on another unit, move into the other unit with the appropriate permits without any further discretion, that would be fine. If it triggered some kind of additional permitting for any business to expand, I would expect that for this business. But I would generally, my lens is, I think it should be treated like other businesses of a similar nature, and that would be, somebody wants to put in I'm sorry that Commissioner Mendoza's not here. Somebody wants to put in a place to eat next to their store on the road. If they want to put a picnic area, this would be a similar kind of thing, as long as the impacts we've talked about are dealt with. And we've already said what those are. Those are basically concerned with smoke and odor, and if there's a need for additional parking, water, wastewater, or those kinds of things related to the increase in intensity of use. So I just, whatever we do, my lens is what would we ask anybody else to do in any other business?
And that's an important distinction, if I may. When I was answering Commissioner Shaw's question, I was thinking about shopping centers. I didn't answer it at that point, but I thought about it after. And then Commissioner Deal's kind of bringing up the topic. Some of ours are in shopping centers where if somebody else, a business, a donut shop is operating there and they want to expand and take 2 retail spaces, they can just do that with a building permit. That's the concept here as well. I would agree with Commissioner Deal. The whole idea here is to treat them just like any other business. If they need to add on to a building, that would trigger, in some cases, discretionary permits. So I'm afraid I can't answer in all circumstances, but we're envisioning, I think, going into expanding adjoining spaces, more as existing adjoining spaces in a shopping center. That would be the easy circumstance where we would say, yeah, this should be ministerial. There may be circumstances where it's discretionary. So I know that doesn't give you a straight answer, but it depends on all the circumstances.
Thank you.
If I may, it might be helpful just for just midway through the brief refresher that these retail cannabis operations are only allowed in certain commercial zones. They're not allowed in any of our other zoning areas, and I think that comes to comment of commissioner work. And so what this would propose is if within that commercial zone an activity to expand, which would be similar for any other business, or to expand a footprint, it would trigger other discretionary approvals. Or if the expansion would require additional consideration for, capacity for their sewer or septic in this case, there are other discretionary permits in place. And so I think that's just for this commission and public to remember. These are only allowed in places where it's already deemed appropriate that commercial uses, and thus this retail facility is there. And then the proposal, as it's drafted by staff, would have our existing structure where discretion has already been determined appropriate for other businesses would trigger, but otherwise these would be expansions of a use similar to other businesses.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Any further comments from commissioners? Then we'll go to the public. Is there someone who'd like to speak on this kind of narrow subject about location? Oh, Mr. Stoney, good.
Hi, Stoney. Just to keep it brief, yeah, I think the discussion kind of worked out some of the concerns there. Commissioner Deal is right. We would like this to be just treated as any other business. If a particular business does want to build a whole new section on their building, I would think that would trigger other discretionary permits that would come in front of you to allow for that additional building. So I again would like us to go with option A, staff's recommendations. We have so many regulations and so much oversight already that I think that you would be in safe hands to allow it to go in that direction.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the public? Anyone here in the chambers like to speak to this? Okay. Seeing no one. Anyone on Zoom? No? All right. Mr. Novo, under our new format we've adopted, we would like to kind of move on to the next one then, if you would, please.
Thank you, Chair. Topic 3 is the hours of operation for cannabis consumption venues. Existing regulations require that cannabis retailers close by 8 p.m. The draft ordinance envisions that some cannabis consumption venues will operate as more of a social gathering location and possibly include entertainment, as we'll talk about in a few minutes. Along with the significant cost to establish a consumption venue that allows smoking, which is one of the uses anticipated to occur, staff is recommending that the hours be expanded to allow sales to occur until 10 p.m. with the business to close by midnight. This is a topic that also needs some discussion about process and equity. Allowing a retailer with consumption to be open later than a site that solely does retail means that the hours of operation would be different for each. Edible consumption can have delayed effects that may be longer lasting than smoking, so that's kind of something we have to think about in how these places operate. Concerns related to overconsumption, impaired driving, or other community concerns, as we've talked about earlier, can arise from late-hour consumption venues or operations as well. So we can anticipate where a retailer that wants to extend their hours can propose a minimal consumption operation just to expand their operating hours as well. So we'll throw we'll grab a closet and we'll put a label on it that's our consumption area, and now we want to expand our hours to 10 p.m. or midnight. So we want to make sure we're not opening the door for I guess working the system to their advantage without really doing what they want to do, which would be a consumption venue. So option A would allow the expanded hours, and that is what staff is recommending. Option B would maintain the existing limit of closing at 8 p.m., and option C would allow consideration of expanded hours through a discretionary permit process. And we'll be ready to take comments from the public and commission.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Roberts.
Just to clarify, option A is extending consumption hours or extending selling hours for everybody?
Just for those that have a consumption venue as well. One of the sub-options, if you will, is we could talk about expanding them for everybody.
Yeah, and then I guess to follow up, would there be a reason not to expand them for everybody?
I'd have to talk to the rest of our staff team to figure out if there are reasons for that, but if that's what the commission wants us to look into, we can certainly look into it.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Monsalves?
Thank you, Chair. Were there slides related to that option? We didn't see any, and if so, can we hold on the
Sorry, yes,
Thank
I
you.
have to tell the folks in the room, if you can give us the slide deck on the screens, we'd appreciate it. There you go. Sorry about that.
Chair.
Commissioner Gomez.
I'm assuming that we could do a hybrid where we maybe extend it and then stop consumption. So if the issue is letting people, reduce the effects of whatever they consume while they're there, we could maybe extend the hours and stop consumption at a certain time. And obviously there's this issue of entertainment too, maybe because we do have in the unincorporated, we do have a noise ordinance, right, that goes into effect after 8 p.m. So maybe you do some sort of hybrid combination of the different rules that we have so that we make it work. But I think what's critical of the goal, really, the extension of it is really to allow for people to be prepared to not drive impaired afterwards and maybe stop consumption at a certain time.
Okay. Commissioner Monsalves again.
Thank you. Since we didn't have the slides, when you went through the details of the options, can you repeat those? Because I think what my colleague here suggested is option C, but you also spoke of consumption until 8 and then closing at 10, or consumption until 10 and closing at midnight. Thank you.
Thank you. So option A would allow expanding hours, which would be selling until 10 p.m. and consuming until midnight and closing the business at midnight. Option B would be keeping the hours at what they currently are, which is limited to all retail facilities and therefore cannabis consumption venues closed by 8. Option C would allow it to be considered on a individual basis with a discretionary permit for each operation to expand their hours if they want to go past 8 p.m.
Okay. Commissioner Hartzell, did you have a question?
Yeah. How are alcohol consumption facilities treated in the county? Do you know?
From a land use standpoint, we have locations just like this zoning
Sorry,
district.
I just mean the hours.
Just the hours, okay. As far as I know, it's 2 a.m. closing, and I believe that's probably state law. Hopefully somebody can correct me. I'm not an expert at this. So I believe if you mean things like bars, if you mean liquor stores, obviously they take it away and don't consume it there.
I'm looking at the ordinances that you provided from the other counties. It looks like Santa Cruz kind of does what Commissioner Gomez said, which is stop consumption at 10. I'm kind of interested in that. also wondering about if we could wind down retail sales, but keep the consumption open. I don't know if those, I know they go hand in hand. I can see why that might not work together. But if you're looking for a fairness answer, I could imagine if we need retail sales to wind down by 8, maybe keeping that in place and allowing the other use for specific something. Sorry for the vague language.
I think that was just a comment, not a question.
Yeah, sorry, it wasn't a question. It was my commentary on the hours.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Deal? Nothing?
Just going to wait and hear from the public on this one.
Cool.
I think there are people that know more than I do.
Great. Well, then, sorry, Mr. Stoney. Someone took a while to make their mind up. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, after finally making my mind up to speak for a moment or ask a question. As far as some of the other counties, let's say where consumption stops at 10 o'clock, do people normally leave after consumption ends? Because like if I say, okay, I can't consume anymore, why am I staying here? So I don't know if by saying that you stop consumption at 10, if people are going to stay there longer period of time to say, okay, now I got to relax for 30 minutes or an hour before I leave, or do people normally leave? Do we have any information on that? Because then if we'd be saying consumption ends in 10, I think it would not necessarily do what I believe that the retailers are intending to do, is to increase revenues by those individuals staying there a little longer. So I wouldn't mind one way or the other going with option A on this one, or at least say consumption ends at 11, so at least it gives them to 12. But by 10 o'clock, I would think that like if I'm a person that's at a bar drinking some beer and then they stop, or they close at 10 or 11, then I'm gonna go look for the next, go bar hopping to the next bar that might close at 12. And then I say, okay, let's go to the next one that close at 2 a.m. So my assumption would be that if we say 10 o'clock, and then it's just an assumption that people are going to be gone. So I wouldn't mind option A, or even if we modify it if it's going to work to 11 o'clock, or just leave it open at 12. But I don't know what other counties do with that, or if people just leave anyways.
All righty. Input then. Commissioner Deal.
Yes, thank you. I just want us to keep in mind that this would be the outer limit, and a retailer doesn't have to stay open till 10 if they don't want to. I mean, if there's no reason for them to stay open further, they could close. So remember, this is just the window. This is not a requirement for anyone. So it would be the maximum available and possible, and then relying on the people who are running the business to know what works.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Commissioner Monsalves.
Thank you, Chair. I remember from back in the day where if you go to a bar, they have last call, and then they stop serving alcohol and people start trickling out. And considering that one of the concerns here is people being under the influence and hitting the roads, would it be helpful to consider stopping consumption at a certain hour and then requiring the business, if you're going to serve until a certain hour, then you must stay open another 2 hours to give people who consumed at that hour time for this to pass through their system before they must leave. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Okay. Any other input? All right. Very good. It looks like the commission's finished. Mr. Stoney, if you'd like to make your address.
First, I'd like to say I appreciate the thoughtful discussion here. You guys have very good questions and concerns. Just to clarify, the state allows retail sales until 10 p.m. Most of the jurisdictions surrounding unincorporated Monterey County, Seaside, Monterey, they actually adopted state law, so they all do sales until 10 p.m. In the county, we're only allowed till 8. I actually close my doors at 7, even though I'm allowed to be open till 8, because in Carmel, there's just not that much activity happening after 7. Everybody's done for the day. In regards to the consumption venues, again, great conversation, very thoughtful. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Deal. I don't think that you should place limitations on the establishments that want to do this. You know, they are just parameters. Again, I can be open till 8. I choose to close at 7 because that's what my level of business dictates. You know, I would also go back and consider, I think Commissioner Roberts, was it you that said, why not just allow any retailer to be open till 10, and that would allow them, if they wanted to be open, you know, whatever jurisdiction they're in, to compete with their neighbors and be open longer and sell longer, regardless of having a consumption venue. Back to staff recommendations, being able to serve until 10. I think a lot of the places that do serve until 10 have a last call at 9:45, even in the retails, because it takes time to complete that transaction, and the transactions have to be completed by 10 p.m. It can't be 10:01 or 10:02. And as a cannabis business, I know most bars probably aren't that as tightly regulated, but you know, we have to send in information, and it shows on spreadsheets when our last sales were, right? So we can't you know, go beyond that. So really being open till 10, last call for sales is at 9:45. Consumption, again, going back to adults need to be adults. I mean, it's really the bottom line. Yes, we'll have preventative measures for driving under the influence. Yes, we'll look for signs of people that show over intoxication while being there, and we'll take preventative measures to have them get on the road safely. But adults need to be adults, and especially if these venues have any type of entertainment aspect. I don't know what, we'll get to that, I guess. I don't know if you have a comedian there or a piano player, if they're required to stop at 10. I don't know how that works, but I envision these operations being that, hey, got my last call at 9:45, I enjoyed it, especially if they have food and you know, non-alcoholic beverages and non-infused foods that they might choose to, because the inherent side effect of cannabis use is wanting to have something to drink or something to eat, and so they may just decide to stay longer anyway and kind of sober up, if you will, or again have that opportunity to call a cab, call a Lyft at 11 o'clock. I don't know if MST is running, but there are options. Call a friend. Anyway, option A, as staff recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your input. Mr. Reich.
Hi, Robert Rich again. When I went to Palm Springs, I saw that people had different business models for their consumption lounges. One was in a converted bank building, and they had like a stage, and they had music, and they had arcade games and pool tables, and it was, I don't know, it was like a place where they would probably want to be open until 10. And then other places, they were like your living room. You know, it was just a comfortable space with seating and snacks and board games where people could hang out and be together. So I think you need to have flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else here in the chambers like to speak? Seeing none. We have no one on Zoom, and we better get that verbally instead of shaking heads. We have no one on Zoom?
No additional emails or hands up on Zoom.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Commissioner Deal.
Yeah, if we got a state law, I don't know why we don't just use that. Seems easier.
I agree. All right. Take care of that. Maybe we just solved the whole problem. All right, then. Mr. Novo, would you like to move along to number 4?
Yes, when I can have the slides shown on the screen again. Thank you. So the topic is identify if and how live entertainment is allowed within a cannabis consumption venue. While customers may choose to expose themselves to smoke, entertainers would also be exposed to the smoke effects. Dr. Moreno brought that up early in today's workshop, and perhaps would be in the venue for even longer period than customers. So the staff report identifies current regulations related to allowing live entertainment in commercial zoning districts. That would not change. What we want to specifically address in this topic is whether we should allow live entertainment under the existing rules, which would allow consumption venues to include live entertainment, or require that a separate discretionary permit be required to allow live entertainment, or to specifically not allow live entertainment within a consumption venue. So these options can even be further refined to distinguish between consumption and smoking operations. So this is a topic where we would be working with County Council also to ensure that we are providing any required legal protections for anybody that's in the venue that's not a customer of the venue, not just entertainers, but I think somebody brought up earlier, electricians or somebody that has to work in there, our county health inspectors coming into these venues. So we have to think about all those things in developing this ordinance. So the ordinance is crafted to allow live entertainment, option A, with the recognition that an entertainment would understand that the atmosphere that they would be in assumes that they would be exposed to smoke for a smoking consumption venue. Option B would require that live entertainment be allowed only with a discretionary permit, so that conditions of approval could be added to address any health concerns we might identify. And option C would simply be that we would not allow live entertainment. So I will turn it over to the public and commission for comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Herzog?
The reason we're addressing live entertainment in this ordinance is because of the health exposure of the people participating. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think so, because our ordinance already allows live entertainment within commercial zoning districts with some restrictions if they're too close to residential districts. So, yeah, this is partly to make sure we have clarity also about whether we want to have live entertainment in a place that has smoke. So, yeah, I think it's mostly about protecting the health of the entertainers.
I don't have a perfect solution for this, but it does seem strange to me to address live entertainment specifically in this ordinance. When I'm looking at the other drafts you provided, I noticed that only one other county addresses it. And I just wonder if this doesn't belong in health and safety code or some kind of more overarching code that addresses retail land uses with live entertainment rather than this specific.
And actually, our recommendation is not to adopt any special regulations, just to allow the existing code. That's option A. We would have a statement in there to make it clear that live entertainment is allowed, subject to all the other provisions of the zoning ordinance. But we would not have any new regulations. That's our recommendation.
Got it.
Sorry. Go right ahead. Oh, you're done. Okay, very good. Commissioner Shaw.
Okay. Can you clear something up for me? These are considered venues already, correct? Or they would be considered a venue. So you're stating in option A, the existing regulations have served our communities well over many years. One, in District 2, that has not served us well at all. Two, my understanding of the noise ordinance is that it does not apply to these commercial locations. So that's it. Is that correct, though? That does not going to apply to these at all anyways? When it comes to live music, the noise ordinance would not apply. If we had an outdoor venue or indoor venue and they had a band and the music was loud, as it usually would be, that it doesn't matter if we have a noise ordinance because they're exempt from it.
I'll have to open up the ordinance, but I thought our nighttime noise ordinance did control for noise at property lines. I'm not sure if it identifies sensitive locations, though, or if it's, I thought it was countywide, but.
Through the chair, if I recall, when we had the Red Barn discussion, that's where that was in the staff report, that the noise ordinance does not apply to venues, and that's why we had to add different conditions of approval.
It's being looked into as we speak.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gomez?
There is 6 properties that currently have retail venues in North County. Out of those 6, how many are within a sensitive residential area?
None, they can't be.
Well, none are within, but I think you mean
near,
in proximity to,
proximity,
yeah.
the proximity rule, yes. Excuse me.
I'm trying to think of all the venues and what's surrounding. I'd have to really zoom in using our GIS system to give you a detailed answer on that. But I think most of them are not standalone commercial properties, except for the one on 156. What do they call it? Simon's. I can't remember the name of the business out there. But that doesn't have residential that close. But I believe all the other ones have surrounding commercial properties around them, but I'd have to double check for sure.
The reason why I asked is that I do live near 3 of them, and those 3 do have a residential within proximity of it. So I would want to understand what the implications would be for them, for those residents in those areas.
Yeah, so under this category that we're talking about, live entertainment, if they're within 200 feet of a residential zoning district, they would have to get, to do live entertainment, they would have to get a use permit.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Madam Secretary? Oh, you haven't come up with an answer yet. You'll let me know. Okay, Commissioner Deal.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to Commissioner Shaw's comment by asking it more generally, have there been issues with the existing rules and incompatibility with surrounding uses that we can pinpoint now? So if we were to go with option A, namely, let's not make new rules specific to cannabis, let's use the rules we got, are we identifying any particular rules that have been problematic? Have we looked at that?
I think as Commissioner Shaw knows, enforcement is the issue. The rules are in place, and so it's really about making sure that we have the ability to enforce them. I don't think that we've identified any rules that need changing as a result of this, if that answers your question.
Well, to follow up on that, yes, it's about enforcement, but enforcement is about clarity. So the question I'm asking is are enforcement issues that we're coming across, because there are always enforcement issues, can we say whether those are related to the inability to enforce something because it's not clearly defined, which is a significant problem, or it's defined in a way that doesn't really address the problem, which is a significant problem. I mean, that's a significant issue. If you don't get the right definition in there, you can't enforce it. Or is it because simply people aren't there to enforce it, which is that's a resource allocation problem?
I might let Ms. Beretti or Ms. House talk in response, since I've been kind of retired for 10 years. So, but
you don't do a very good job of that, Mr. Nova.
But no, I fail. But all 3 of those, in my experience, all 3 of those are true.
Where this proposes relying on existing ordinances, I understand that might create some concerns on the part of people who've experienced these failings. And it does present an opportunity for us to ask that larger question about if there is a problem with enforcement of this sort of thing, can we refer that to get corrected? So, because everybody's going to need it. It's not just going to be cannabis, it's everybody.
If I may, just answering the question with regard to our existing noise regulations and how it applies to commercial properties, which again, all of the retail must be within commercial zones. So the provisions of our noise control ordinance, which is Chapter 1060 of County Code, specifically states that it's not intended to affect and shall not apply to outdoor gatherings, public dances, shows, and sporting and entertaining events, provided such gathering, dance, or events is conducted on commercial or institutional premises pursuant to applicable rules, regulations, and zoning restrictions and in compliance with all permits and licenses issued. So there is a little bit of a loophole. I wouldn't say loophole, but yes, the way that our code is structured, these would fall under on commercial. I do know, and this is where I don't want to go too far out on the limb, there are provisions within the cannabis business license that specifically indicates that an operation cannot pose a nuisance, a public nuisance. And yes, enforcement is still, I'll just leave it at that. I'll just leave it there.
Through the chair, can I respond a little bit and expand on that?
Sure.
Thank you. So I guess that thank you for that. That does answer my question in that this is unenforceable, really. Speaking from experience in District 2, Facebook, our local communities have our whole Facebook page to address amplified noise in District 2. And the complete lack of enforcement and disregard by law enforcement. I've said this before, I'm just going to say it again as a reminder. If you call about a noise complaint, something really ridiculous, not just so I can kind of hear some noise, unless you ask for a call back from the sheriff, they will disregard your request. It's as though it never existed. It goes to nobody. And how is one supposed to know that short of spending our time investigating, joining these groups, being our own advocate? It puts this burden on the community to have to chase down enforcement. There just isn't enforcement. And so to kind of exit this, once again, kind of going off topic here, my problem is that we're putting this burden on communities that have the least resources to enforce and regulate any of it. I am a total fan of cannabis. Use it. It helped my husband get through chemo successfully without wasting away. It is amazing. I have no issue with it. I have an issue with the impacts of odor. I have issue impacts of noise. And if those are unenforceable, then I would say I'm going to go with option C on this one. I don't want to hear a bunch of noise that I can't do anything about. I live 1,307 feet from the closest facility. So, you know, we're putting this burden of CHP officers, of sheriffs, of county has its own special person who works after hours. I think her name's Wendy. And I'm calling her and I'm going, can you drive out to such and such place because the noise is really loud? And she's getting calls from all over Prunedale and Aromas to try and enforce this noise ordinance. And then we can't even do it for these places. It really bothers me how this was worded in the report. And I don't mean any disrespect to you because this hasn't been clear to anybody unless it's something you've dealt with, that this regulation doesn't apply to these businesses. Sorry, I'm going off on a tangent. I'll stop. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Govins.
Those are real concerns because the sheriff who usually does the enforcement says that they're all caught up in the jails all the time and don't have staff to go out there. So even sometimes when we have real emergencies, all these are noises and emergencies, but we have accidents. It might take over an hour and a half for them to show up. So that's a real concern. Secondly, I wanted to ask, I think Commissioner Deal asked about it briefly, but really I wanted to ask about the issue of the current record of complaints specifically on any kind of complaint that we've seen related to the cannabis retail facilities. Is there anything like that, or is there any record of that?
I'm assuming our cannabis program manager, Michelle House, could respond to that.
Hi, I think we're still in morning. So hi, Michelle House, Cannabis Program Manager. No, I have not received any complaints regarding my dispensaries. But remember, we're not talking about music or any events. We're talking about locations that sell product and then close their doors and go home. So I have not received complaints about minors, unruly guests, nothing no. And, keep in mind, I do go out with my team every 4 to 6 months and have a look and make sure all is well, front house, back house of these stores. So I hope that answers it. Wait, one more. Yes?
No, Commissioner Shaw, you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick question that
yes.
I'm just curious. When you go out every 4 to 6 months, is this like an appointment or do you just show up?
We show up.
You're coming? Awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right.
If I may?
Oh, of course.
So just on this topic, just a little bit of just coming back to the way in which the regulations are kind of constructed and a little, so again, current regulations apply to any business if they were to do music, understanding that there are enforcement challenges. I think one thing just, again, in this case, really it would be indoor venues that would be ministerial. Outdoor venues, so if we were talking about including live music or others as a part of an outdoor venue operation, that is recommended to be a discretionary permit process, not ministerial. Also, it is proposed in this that the entrance to the venue is through the business. Of course, there would be emergency exits and other things for music to escape. But most businesses, there's not actually an unincorporated county business license program for most businesses. So most businesses actually don't have even that level. Whereas I think to the point for cannabis, you still, in order to be able to operate, you still do have to maintain your annual business license as cannabis. And so it does have a heightened layer that no other business has that provides a revocation, or we won't issue if there's repeated complaints about your venue that other businesses don't necessarily have. So it doesn't address the issue forward, but fully. But I think just to again put in light a little bit of just reminder for how this is structured and what exists, the little bit of difference regulatorily, where the county does have some abilities that do not apply to other businesses and commercial areas.
Thank you. Commissioner Deal.
That's very helpful. Thank you. So just to clarify for me, if I have a coffee shop or, for that matter, a shoe store, and I want to have live music, can I do that?
Yes, if it's incidental to the operations and it's not within 200 feet of a residential zoning district.
So what would I have to do if I want to have a band at my coffee shop? Do anything? Do I have to get a special permit from anybody or let anybody know at all?
No.
Okay. So, and same is true for, as I say, a shoe store or a drug store or something like that. I want to have a wonderful band that's going to celebrate testing your blood pressure at the CVS. Can I do that?
Yes. Again, as long as it's not within 200 feet of a residential district. And I think the other thing is, because I think when Melanie read the ordinance, or if it's prohibited by the permit that was issued for whatever the operation is or that building.
But it would be prohibited, not allowed. So it would have to specifically say, no, UCVS may not have this.
Yeah, there would have to be something in the permit that addresses noise, and otherwise it's subject to the county code and would be allowed.
And then if there were an issue with that noise, that's when these provisions would take effect?
We have.
You'd have to report a problem before anybody looked at it?
Yes.
And that goes to Commissioner Shaw's issue. So we know, and I think can continue to refer to staff the ongoing concern with regulations that don't mean anything because we can't enforce them. But anyway, thank you. That's really clear to me, is that what are the allowances for any business? Appreciate that.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely, regulation and enforcement is an issue for so many ordinances. Commissioner Hartzell.
Coming back to that, in the draft ordinance 21.67.040, number G, affirmatively allows live entertainment in cannabis facilities. So it's mentioned, it's there. My legislative hygiene neurosis makes me want to remove that because this is a retailer and the regular rules should apply. And that was the point I was making before, and I just want to note that it seems like it would add an extra layer of why do we have this in 10 years? I'm just trying to prevent that.
Thank you for that clarification. We appreciate that. Looks like the commission is good. All right, then public comment. Mr. Stoney, I assume?
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, I tried to make some notes there. It was interesting. I wasn't really expecting to speak on this one as much because it sounds like you have a much bigger problem in the county than what allowing potentially half a dozen more businesses to have this opportunity, to strictly prohibit us from that opportunity doesn't seem like a good route. Doesn't seem fair. I don't think that would be the intention of the commissioners. Someone mentioned amplified versus non-amplified. What's the definition of nuisance? I mean, there's a lot of things that I'm sure you already address in the current problems that you're experiencing. I'd also point out that I like what Secretary said about indoor versus outdoor, some kind of discretionary permit to be outdoors because that sound does carry. In our cases, we're not talking about Cali Roots or, like Mr. Flores said, doing something at Laguna Seca, right? I mean, you have people that live 5 miles away from Laguna Seca that are complaining about concerts at Laguna Seca. So you're always going to have issues with somebody. And also just point out that the difference between your patrons at a cannabis consumption venue and at, say, the Running Iron or the bar that used to be at Moss Landing that closed down, it's a different crowd, it's a different volume. Maybe again, back to what your secretary has said to, find that balance between indoor and outdoor. If I want to have a piano player in there during the evening, kind of like the Mission Ranch does down the street, who's that going to bother? If I want Metallica to come in and play and I want to open all my doors, I can see how there's an issue there. But again, it sounds like it's a much more broader problem here, and I don't see how a few of our venues would really add to that. And I just ask that you don't prohibit us from what's already allowed in the county for other businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the chambers? No, seeing none. Ms. Clerk?
No additional emails, no hands up on Zoom.
Thank you very much. All right, then. Mr. Novo, I believe we're at 12 o'clock. We have to decide, commissioners, do we want to take a break, 45 minutes for lunch, or do you want to power through till we get through this particular item, which could be as long as one, I'm thinking. It's 12 o'clock now. Think we can wrap it up in an hour? Commissioner Deal, you've been doing this a long time.
Well, when we started, we had a number of commissioners who were dealing with diabetes, so we were very strict about meal times.
And I'd be willing to go back to that.
And it also provides a certain degree of predictability for the public.
Okay.
So I'm generally of the opinion that unless you're in the middle of a heated conversation that needs to be wrapped up.
This doesn't appear too heated.
No.
No. In fact, it's very collegial. I appreciate that. All right. Well, it's 12 o'clock. Let's take an hour lunch, and then we'll be back here at 1 o'clock.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask one question? The only thing I would be wondering about for the members of the public, I know we have a fifth topic, and I didn't know if there were people waiting to participate on that fifth topic, but maybe that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
There's actually two more topics.
Yeah, two more topics. Okay. And it appears Mr. Stoney is going to be with us after lunch, are you? Okay, cool. All right, then. We'll all be back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Everybody find a seat. I promised 1 o'clock. We got to stick to it. I never break my promises, according to my wife, anyway. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Well, I think we probably need to have another. We probably need to have another roll call because a few of us have not returned. So, Madam Clerk, can we have another roll call, please? Welcome back.
Commissioner Getzelman?
Here.
Commissioner Deal? Commissioner Hartzell?
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Here.
Commissioner Work?
Here.
Commissioner Monsalve? Commissioner Gomez?
Here.
Commissioner Roberts?
Here.
Commissioner Deal, Monsalve, Shaw, and Mendoza are absent. We still have a quorum. Yeah.
We still have a quorum. Yeah, thank you very much. That's what we were looking for, is a quorum. And in fact, here comes Commissioner Deal now. She's just joined us. So we can let the record reflect that, and we can begin with Mr. Novo and his 5th topic of conversation for the day.
Thank you. And if I can have the slide showing on the screen as well. So, it's the other laptop I was using, or not the laptop, the PC that I was using earlier.
Over here, Mike.
There we go.
There we go.
So we are on to topic 5, which is considering the appropriate locations for cannabis consumption venues, assuming we are going to allow them. So staff's prepared a draft ordinance based on the inland zoning ordinance, but recommends that the ordinance also be crafted for the coastal zone. We do not see any reason to distinguish this land use based on coastal resource protections or any other reason associated with the coastal zone. The commercial zoning districts in all areas are found in either urban areas or rural commercial centers. That's the same inland or coastal. The issues that we have identified with this use are mostly operational in character. Any resource protection issues would have been addressed on the construction of the buildings or with the original discretionary permit for the retail use. This is perhaps one distinction would be in the coastal zone, some construction may trigger some additional construction may trigger discretionary permits, where in the inland area it may not. So there is a distinction there, but we have all the regulations in place in our coastal implementation plan that already address that. So staff is seeking direction on these 2 options, whether we're going to do this for the inland area, for the coastal zone, for both, or for neither. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Novo. Commissioners, any comments, questions for Mr. Novo? Commissioner Deal.
Both, please.
That's it. That's her comment.
That's it? Yeah. Both, please? Yeah, cool. I like that. Commissioner Hartzell.
But I noticed there's 2 light commercial areas sort of back away from 101 on the map that you provided to us. Could we talk about how those got to be light commercial and what it might be like to have a cannabis consumption venue that far from services?
Sure. So if you're talking about South County.
Correct.
Okay, so there's a couple out in the Diablo Range, up in the foothill, or actually in the mountains. One's in Parkfield and one is on the road to Kalinga, Highway 198. Those are old commercial properties. The town of Kalinga was actually laid out with a map. There's several commercial parcels in the town, not town of Kalinga, town of Parkfield has several commercial parcels identified there. There's a Parkfield Cafe and a Parkfield Inn. I haven't been out there for a few years, so I'm not sure if they're still operational. And then on the road to Kalinga, Highway 198, is an old restaurant, perhaps bar, I can't remember, that kind of serves that rural area and also travelers along 198 going on that long road to Kalinga. So that's the genesis of those 2. They've been around for decades and decades, and they're just old uses that have historically been there. Now, if somebody wanted to open a cannabis consumption venue there, they would also have to get a discretionary permit because they aren't there now. So they would have to get a retail use discretionary permit, and that would then they could add the cannabis consumption through that process to the retailer, but they would have to go through that whole process, and we look at all the circumstances during that discretionary permit review.
I heard my fellow commissioner express concern about having facilities in permanent grazing areas, and I'm just wondering if that addresses the concern. He says he's good. Thank you. That helps clarify for me. I appreciate it.
Okay, Commissioner Works good? Everybody's good? Looks like it. Cool. All right. Then we need to hear from the members of the public if they have any questions, comments, or, well, comments would be most appropriate, I suppose.
Stoney, just to stay consistent, both make sense to me as there are establishments in both zones. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stoney. All right, anyone else in the chambers? Do we have anyone on Zoom or an email to any effect?
No additional emails, no hands up on Zoom.
Okay, very good. And for the record, Commissioner Monsalves has returned. And Oh. Someone made up their mind late, so that would be Commissioner Hartzell.
Just a clarifying question. If we allow this in the coastal zone, is this going to have to go through any additional layers of administrative approval, or is this a county? Does this go to the Coastal Commission?
Yes, it would go to the Coastal Commission for certification. So there were almost always additional layers, yes.
Double checking. Thank you.
Kind of count on it, actually. All right, everyone. Anyone else? Now we'll go to, got sidetracked. Anyone on Zoom or email? No?
No hands up, no Zoom.
Very good. All righty. Wonderful. Let's move along then to topic 6.
Thank you. So if I can have the screen again with the slide deck. Thank you. So this is topic 6, which is the level of detail in the ordinance for ventilation system regulations. And staff has proposed a detailed set of regulations in the draft ordinance to address ventilation systems. We will continue to work with our building department and health department to ensure that what's included in the final regulations is effective at achieving the goal of preventing odor offsite and protection of the public health. As we point out in the staff report, some jurisdictions have significant detailed requirements for the ventilation system required to allow on-site smoking. Santa Cruz County and San Francisco include very detailed requirements, and we've borrowed from some of their regulations as a starting point in our ordinance. Other jurisdictions, such as the 2 cities that we've attached to your staff report, have addressed it as more of a qualitative approach. That approach would be option B. The quantitative approach would be option A, as we've recommended in our ordinance. The qualitative statements about trying to ensure that odors can't be detected off-site would be option B. Option C would place the burden on technical reports to be prepared by consultants for the business to demonstrate that the public health can be protected and that odors are not detected off-site. It would still require some kind of regulatory statement, so we'd have to figure out how to craft that. I think it'd be similar to option B's approach, but pulling in the need for technical reports. We prefer or recommend option A. As has been pointed out earlier, enforceability is difficult, and if you have a qualitative regulation, that becomes even more subjective. So we think just having a rigorous set that, at least scientifically, would, in theory, address all the odors. We think that that might be a better approach, and it's easier for us to do the plan check and just approve is through the ministerial process than having a statement that you can't detect the odors off-site, and we'd have to just enforce that on a case-by-case basis. So staff recommends option A, and we're here to listen to the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Nova. Commissioner Roberts.
have a question about odor and maybe going back to what is, if this is similar to what is allowed in the greenhouse operations, only with the idea that when I drive up 101 towards Salinas, I can smell what's out there, and same for Moss Landing. And I've come to take it as this is one of the crops in our county. But I'm wondering how that translates to a commercial business, and if it's similar, more strict, or...
I don't know exactly how they're doing the operations in the greenhouses, and perhaps some of the other staff do know. But I do know that this is a very rigorous indoor ventilation system to protect health, which is different than odors itself. And so I believe that by cleansing the smoke out of the air, they're also grabbing the odors as part of that process. And, we would ask them to design it that way. So I don't think it's the same type of systems, but hopefully somebody who knows for sure can weigh in.
Commissioner Deal?
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's a different problem. I think I would go instead of the greenhouse issue, which, as I recall, we tried to come up with particular systems that were particularly supposed to particularly deal with it, and obviously it failed. This is more akin to some place where smoking is allowed, smoking of anything. I mean, cigars, cigarettes. We have venues in the county where these activities occur. So I would sound like a broken record is how do we deal with it there? I don't see that this particular odor is qualitatively different health-wise or in public interest to the other kinds of activities that produce a similar impact. So how do we do it in a cigar bar? How do we do it where you can smoke cigarettes? I mean, whatever that is, let's do that.
Yeah, I would concur with Commissioner Deal. Some people, in fact, might find cigar smoke even more offensive than marijuana. But anyway, yes, Commissioner Hartzell.
Commissioner Roberts' comments do make a good point, though. There's provisions in the Santa Cruz draft ordinance, or Santa Cruz ordinance that you provided us for suspension, modification, revocation of a cannabis license if odor standards are violated. And so how those are defined, I think, deserves special attention, especially if we anticipate that there will be complaints. I'm done.
Yeah, I think it very much so. The devil is in the details. Commissioner Deal?
Thank you. I would defer to the health department, but the public interest here is not necessarily the odor just because we don't like it. It's the actual particulate matter related to the smoke. We in general, I mean, I'm not really crazy about going to places where they spray perfume or use air fresheners that makes all my allergies go. I don't think the word we want here is odor. I think the word we want here is smoke. And I think we want to be able to talk about it as if it is particulate and from the entirely health perspective rather than we don't like the way it smells when you smoke marijuana. I don't think that's as compelling a public interest to me as the health discussion. And I would really not want us to get super heavy in saying we don't like the smell, but, composting Brussels sprouts is okay,
No, it's not, if you've ever smelled that. Yeah, yes, Commissioner Work?
I'm just curious, does it make your clothes smell, though? As if you're driving home and you happen to smell like it but didn't participate, you get pulled over. Does that count?
Yeah, or your wife when you get home.
Cigars certainly do.
Yeah, for sure. Commissioner Roberts?
I'm also looking at it more from a health and safety perspective, and the mention specifically of an employee or somebody else who isn't necessarily partaking but is there, and and so then similarly the perception of being near one of these places that then kids can smell, or I don't know, whatever the perception may be. So I was curious to know what that may or may not, I guess, look like. overall. And maybe health can talk about that.
Any comment, Mr. Nobo, or?
I'm just hoping that health can kind of chime in. This is all about health effects from smoking and.
Can I ask a quick question? Was the intent when this was written up the smoke issue that Commissioner Roberts I think brought up, or was it the odor? I mean, was it a health issue? Was it a public health issue, or was it just the fact that it might offend a few people walking by? Which way were we trying to go on this?
We're trying to go with the health issue.
The health issue.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a separate subject to be dealt with. Oh, Commissioner Roberts.
Sorry, I thought of the other thing that I wanted to ask, and I don't know what California law is about smoking in general, cigarette smoking and all of that, and I know that, when you're sitting at the Giants game, you're not supposed to be smelling cigarette smoke anymore, and so I'm curious to know how that plays into any of this, if that obviously must have been considered.
Again, if the health department can come up, are they still here?
Yep. Is there someone in the health department that would like to address that? Nope, nobody's. Oh, they're working on it. Okay, very good.
I will just say that we've talked about it internally at staff level. I know there's regulations about indoor smoking at the state level, so I'm sure they'll give you a good answer in a few minutes.
Commissioner Artzel.
To the specific topic 6, you're asking us whether to require these specific ventilation systems or something more general. My inclination is to require specific ventilation systems that address a particulate matter and the health concerns that we're talking about here. I'm assuming that they do. I just don't know what a 10% pressure differential actually does. And so any details you have on that might be useful. And yeah, just a general appreciation of putting the discretion in the hands of the people who set up the systems and put the requirements in. I think that's probably a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would recommend we try not to get lost in those details because I don't know either what 10% pressure differential do. But if you direct us to do specific regulations to protect the public health, we'll work with the building and health departments to make sure we do that. That's what we're looking for today.
Well, then my directions would be, yes, I like the specific ordinance as long as it protects the health of the people who are in the building, including the employees or the performers or the people who might not be partaking.
Okay. Commissioner Deal.
Conversely, I don't feel comfortable with specific design numbers just because so we can have a administrative permit. If there is existing state law about smoke regulation in places that serve whatever, if you want to go smoke your cigarette and drink your beer and there's a place you do that, I'd rather that we went with whatever approach they use. Every time we try to pinpoint a particular system, it seems like by the time we pass the rule, then it's no longer the system that we wanted. So I'm generally in favor of outcomes. But in this particular topic, it's been so long and we've struggled so hard and we've got so many layers of regulation that where we can rely on an existing regulation for an existing problem, which is not new, and smoke from some kind of recreational activity is not new, if we could go with that, that would, I mean, we may not know now, it is a workshop, it's an opportunity to look at that approach, but my sense is that the word odor is in there because people don't like the way cannabis smells when people smoke it. And I don't think that that is a compelling public health interest entirely, any more than it would be for anything else. So, I mean, we like the scent of hamburgers. I may not eat a lot of beef, but my nose never learned that distinction. But, you know, a barbecue joint puts out a lot of smoke when they're doing their thing, and we don't object to that. So to be consistent, I think we really need to talk about how it is we deal with this in other similar instances, and if the output is as I say, smoke in a place where people who are not smoking it work and hang out and are. And I truly appreciate the constant looking at the employees and the people who are performing and anybody else who might not be actually consuming this on purpose. But again, we're not saying anybody has to be there. If that is an issue for you, I wouldn't suggest that you decide to perform in that venue, or maybe that's not the job for you. But again, let's go back and see if there's an existing layer of regulation that addresses this same issue, and then clearly make the link between smoke of this product is the same as smoke of tobacco or any other recreationally consumed thing that anybody can think of. Lots of different specific regulations are not serving us well. They don't help with enforcement. They don't help us to get where we want to be. So, and also we have to change all of them every time we change any of them. Yes, I'm done. I'll stop.
Are you? Okay, very good. Yeah, and I concur with Commissioner Deal again. Additional concern on my part is the cost to the business who wants to open under our guidelines. I'm assuming that one of the options, if we go too strictly, would require perhaps more than normal amount of costs to scrub it. I mean, it depends on where you draw the line, but my preference would be that we make it certainly to protect the health and well-being of the people who are there, who choose to be there, to use Commissioner Deal's terminology, but not to make it so onerous that they can't afford to take advantage of this ordinance that we're working on. That seemed to me would be defeating the purpose of what we're trying to do. So thank you. That's mine. Commissioner Roberts.
In a quick Google search, it looks like the California Department of Public Health bans all smoking in indoor spaces. However, there's an exception for tobacco products in retail sites. So hopefully this is what you guys have already been looking at, and just to be consistent with whatever state law, I guess, requires.
Commissioner Hartzell.
Can you tell me why staff recommended option A?
Couple reasons. One is that the ordinance had already been drafted and gone through public processes in other jurisdictions, and we thought, well, if it worked there, it might work here. So we wanted to just lay that out as an option. The second is, as we pointed out in the staff report, we're worried about any qualitative statements about detecting smoke off-site as being tough to enforce. Like, how do you agree or disagree if somebody can smell something? So we just thought it'd be, if you can just do a robust system that is theoretically supposed to address all this, the PM, it actually does address particulate matter, by the way, that if we can have a robust system that does that from a scientific standpoint, that at least we can enforce that easily through the building permit process.
Through the chair. Where did the smoke detection off-site standard come from? Did that also come from the other ordinances?
Yes.
Thinking?
It seems like the draft ordinance that you gave us is dealing with the smell walking by, as Commissioner Deal points out, and we're trying to solve for employees and workplaces with smoke in them. And I just noticed that disconnect and ask for staff to pay attention to it, because it's really the health and safety of the people inside the building that I'm the most concerned about. Although I'm sure at some point we'll hear some public comment about smells outside, and we'll be glad that we addressed it. Really, health and safety is the primary concern, and the people who are determining whether or not the system meets that requirement is also of concern to me. So I want to just make sure that the right people are administering these, especially if we're going for an option B, basically.
Thank you. All right, let's circle around. Health Department, did you find anything to address the issue about the health and safety code and smoking? I think that was the issue, as I remember it. But then, nope. Okay. Good.
Yes, so when we're looking specifically at California state laws when it comes to smoke-free workplaces, the reason part of this doesn't come up is because we don't allow it. There's very specific exemptions to allow for there to be smoking. One of the biggest things, though, is per state law, labor code, for there to be smoking is the business needs to be only focused on tobacco sales. So it's not lounges, there's no food, there's no alcohol. So to meet state criteria, they're very specific. So that's the one piece that's a little bit different with the way those work. So when we're looking at those cigar lounges, which is different from what we're proposing in this ordinance. But in terms of that law, well, smoke is smoke.
It sounds like one of those issues that county council will work on with you a lot, it sounds like to me. Anyone else? Commissioner Gonzalez. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies.
No, that's okay. Hi, good afternoon. Michelle House, Cannabis Program Manager. I have an idea. I'm just going to throw something out. So because of what public health has said about the idea of the exemption being, I can allow smoking if I'm a tobacco shop. I can have, and I am a tobacco shop, right? This is cannabis, but the idea is they can smoke in that shop, right? Because it's meant for that. But the idea to protect public health, what if the smoking was in a whole separate space and the bud tender and staff are not even in that lounge? I give you your smoking, your bong, your joint, and we're in this place and it opens up, and that's kind of, and again, forgive me because I'm not HCD, but is there a way then the doors open and we kind of suck that air and that person goes in and the doors close behind, there is no staff, and if I'm choosing to smoke, I'm in there smoking, but no one else is exposed. The ventilation, the HVAC, all of that is also sucking out the air as well, because smoke does travel and we have to take that into consideration. But then there are other locations in the lounge where I might be able to have a mocktail. I might be able to sit with my friends and have other activities, but the smoking is in this one space that's highly controlled. Only smokers go in. It's a thought. I'm throwing it out there.
Thank you.
And actually, that is how the ordinance is currently crafted, or at least that's the attempt from the ordinance. Maybe we don't quite have it right, but that is the thought, that the retail staff will be in one location and the consumption smoking area will be in a different location, separate ventilation system.
That's where that pressure differentiation thing comes into play. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you. And I apologize. I'm going to have to leave in about 5 minutes. I had made a dental appointment. I didn't think this was going to go too far, but I guess that teaches me not to do any appointments during planning commission meetings. So I just wanted to give a little of my thoughts. And part of it has to do with, and I agree with what some of the commissioners had mentioned in terms of, existing laws or policies. I don't think we need to move away from what is there and try to recreate the wheel. And again, this, since it was a public workshop, I believe it was mentioned the supervisors have looked at it and the staff have looked at it and have looked at existing ordinance from other counties, and I'm sure they look at a lot of different information as far as what the county has, and based on law and based on existing policies and land use information. So I think the public has made their information or comments, whether it was here in the chambers or via Zoom, et cetera, or via mail. I know that we've looked at, and specifically the staff, I think, is well-versed in terms of all the information they have to look at. And we've looked at safety issues, and the commission, or commissioners have looked at the information. So as far as I'm concerned, you know, I would be happy to, and I guess this is not for a motion, but because it's a public workshop, I would support the recommendation that the staff has made. I'm sure that they probably spent hundreds of hours looking at all this information in terms of the different options that are. So I feel comfortable with going with option A in all the different 6 areas. But if there are some modifications that need to be done, I'm fine with it also. So with that, I'm going to have to excuse myself.
Well, we'll miss you. But you will get another chance at this, so don't worry. It's coming back.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioners, any further? Oh, Commissioner Deal.
Thank you. I'm cognizant that we are going to hear from the public, I believe, or I don't think we did on this one. I
Nope,
get lost.
not yet.
But I would just like to hold up the option of option C as recommended by staff with the change of the goal being defined at public health goals rather than a no odor goal. Just saying that would be the design would have to come forward from design professionals at the time that this happens with the best things they got to achieve the required public health goals that would be the same as any smoked workplace, and minimize odor outside of the place. I mean, you can certainly understand that concern and say, yeah, we'd like it if that didn't happen. But my guess is if we control the smoke, we'll probably control the main portion of the odor. But I just want to hold that up because that does allow some more flexibility about how to accomplish the end. It's just, I think it would really need to have the goal clarified. That no odor goal is, I think, what gets us into the subjective land. And I don't think that's a good place to be. Subject to public comment. I could change my mind.
You could
at any
change
moment.
your mind. In fact, we have Mr. Stoney probably coming up. All right, commissioners, anyone else? Okay, then, yeah, we'll do that way. Okay, so public comment then. Is there anyone in the chambers who would like to speak to this issue? Mr. Stoney.
Thank you, Aram Stoney. Okay, I tried to take some notes, and obviously there are 2 subjects here, odor and health and safety of not only the staff, but of course patrons coming in, non-smoking patrons that are accompanying those that do smoke. I think one will take care of the other. If you're taking care of the health and safety of everybody, that is going to address the odor issue. So I don't think you need to address those separately. Commissioner Work, for some reason, cannabis doesn't stick to your clothes like tobacco does, so I think you'd be okay there. I can't explain why that is, but it seems to be the case. I do concur with Commissioner Deal and Commissioner Getzelman on their thoughts on this, although I'm a little not quite clear on what your last comments were on option C. I'd have to look at that again and understand that more clearly. If I was given this opportunity, the health and safety really is paramount and a primary concern for an operation like mine, and it would be held to the highest standard. I think we want to be careful with demanding certain numbers, if you will, or certain equipment, because technology advances so quickly, and by the time we're able to do this, who knows? It could be this little box, like this little speaker that sits in a room that does everything for you, where right now it could be some other huge, crazy system. And cost is a factor. I mean, depending on the size of your establishment, you could be looking at $500,000 just in HVAC equipment. So this isn't to be taken lightly on a number of levels. I do want to respectfully disagree with Michelle's comments. I was at a place down south called the Artistry in West Hollywood, And my wife and I were able to go in, sit at a table, get a glass of water. They served us just like a restaurant. Brought water to us, brought us a little iPad so that we could place an order. There were other patrons around us that were doing the same thing, and then we put our little order on the iPad, and they brought it to us at the table, and we were able to consume it there. So having the idea of like you're going into an airport and there's a little smoking room over there where everybody shoves themselves into, and if you look at those, I mean, they're basically hotboxing themselves with tobacco. That doesn't make sense, and I think you're creating more of a problem because it's just everyone's hair, everyone's clothes are just going to be getting sucked through the system if that's what it sounds like. But you need to really think of these, and there's going to be, and I'm sorry I'm going to go over time here, but you need to think of these establishments that people are going to have different approaches. I know she's not here anymore, but one of the earlier speakers, she said she wasn't going to have smoke. She's just going to do drinks and whatever else. So that won't even be her approach. Others are going to be more hospitality forward, where you can go, see an entertainment venue, get a great plate of food, get a nice mocktail or what have you, and have that overall experience that we already do in alcohol serving establishments. And we're just trying to bring that type of thing into, a very hospitality forward community and county that we are in Monterey. So I just ask that you be careful again, Commissioner Deal, Commissioner Getzelman. There are rules in place that protect the public already. Let's not burden us by specific language for specific equipment. And also, I want to be real clear that we're not, there is a definition of retail, doesn't necessarily mean behind a counter. It just means retail is literally sales of cannabis. So that sale could take place at a bar, I don't mean like a bar, but like a physical bar or at a table.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate all your help today. All right. Is there anyone else in the chambers? Doesn't appear to be. We have someone online.
We have a hand up on Zoom from Robert Roach.
Yes, good afternoon. I can address why what's happening with the greenhouse odor control. There was something in the ordinance about that, but it proved to be unworkable, unenforceable, and unnecessary. But that was just another agricultural odor. And I think that the specifications can't be too specific because you can't anticipate every situation that's going to arise, but there should be some health-based standard, as Commissioner Deal suggests. Maybe it could be based on air movement, minimum number of air movements per hour and the negative pressure. And then, you look at the building, and an HVAC engineer can run the numbers and tell you what you need to get that number of air changes. So remember, then you're taking all that air, you're just blowing it out. So if there is an odor issue with that could be solved by various means, the height of the stack. But if there's no neighbors and no one complains, then that person shouldn't have to put in an expensive charcoal filter, which is how these odor situations are handled when they need to be. So I would, maybe some of this tobacco standard could work, but remember, when you smoke a cigarette, that's like a lot of vegetable matter. If you smoke that much cannabis, I mean, you'd be on the floor. So it's a lot less, particulate matter. But, I would look to some other ordinances and see what kind of standards they adopted and look at it in kind of general terms that can be applied without too much unnecessary burden on the businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. Commissioner Herzog?
Is public comment over? Sorry, I got excited.
Well, it depends if we have anyone else. Do we have someone else?
We have no one else on Zoom.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Commissioner Herzog. No, I'm sorry. Maybe if we have a question for you, Mr. Stoney. Thank you.
It seems like there are several California state laws addressing this and that they're evolving. So I'd just like to formally ask staff to take a look at the California Clean Indoor Air laws and maybe take a look at the San Francisco ordinances and see if any of those are applicable or provide guidance for ways to handle this.
Commissioner, thank you, Commissioner Hartzell. Commissioner Deal?
Yes, I'm wondering if we could have the slide up that shows option C. Yeah, it shows all three of them. Mr. Stoney was not clear, so maybe I wasn't clear. My preference here would be to ask staff to look, completely echoing what Commissioner Hartzell said and what we've talked about at length, is to look to the treatment of other professional reports in the same way you would have a geotechnical report or a report from any other kind of certified expert to achieve a stated health goal, and that would allow us to do it. If there were technology changes, we would not be tied to a particular technology. So that rather than the county becoming the defining entity, I like an option that allows that to be an outcome and the design to be turned over to professionals in the field.
Okay. Commissioner Montalves, any final thoughts? Commissioner Gomez, anything? Anyone? No? All right. Well, Mr. Novo, do you have the input that you were hoping for?
I have a lot of comments.
Okay, well, we can start with those.
I'm not sure I have all the direction we want, so I don't know if you want to try and achieve either consensus or voting on some of the options for each topic, or however you want to do it. I'm very thankful for all the comments we've had today, and so I've got a lot of good direction. If you want to leave it at that, I think staff has its marching orders, but if you go through each of the topic areas and give us an option, a preferred option by HPC, by the Planning Commission, that might be helpful too.
Okay, which would you prefer? Voting on it, or just, do you think we've given enough? Please, what's your thoughts? Given it enough thought? Yes, please, Commissioner Deal.
I would like the staff to just try to bring the topic up with what they think they heard, and if anybody has any objection to that, we could weigh in then. So we are hearing what staff is taking away, and then if we didn't get it right, we can revisit it then.
Cool, good idea. Would you mind?
You mean summarize the last 4 hours?
Yeah, basically, in about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, I meant with your topics, in the same way as we'd go through the topics. If we bring up one of your topics and you say, I think I heard this, and if there's anybody that wasn't what we meant.
You heard A on the first one, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I could go through each of the slides. I'm not sure we got direction on the first topic because we talked about potentially, oh, sorry. Can we get the slides back up on the screen again? Thank you. Thank you. So the first topic, we had talked about maybe going through all the deliberations today and then giving some direction on that. So I'm not sure we have a decision on that. Staff is recommending option A, not doing a discretionary permit. We've got a lot of the public and some of the commissioners that agree with that. I'm not sure that all the commissioners agree with that. So it might be good to get some direction from the commission on this one.
Okay. Is there any... It seems to me that we mostly agree with the staff recommendation. However, if there is anyone who disagrees with that statement, Commissioner Hartzell.
My only caveat is I do sort of lead toward option B because I'm interested in the public hearing on the consumption lounges. And if there's a, I forget the word, Melanie, when you're bringing everyone else up into compliance, that's fine. And then moving forward, everyone needs to be, we need to hear this in the public hearing. That feels important to me. So I'm willing to go with option A, just making it really clear that I value the public hearing on the consumption lounges, and I'd like to see that in there somewhere. Am I making any sense to you, Mike?
Makes sense to me.
That's good.
Well, it's going to be very different if we make it a ministerial permit versus a discretionary permit. So I'm not sure how to bring the public into a ministerial permit process. And actually, we don't want to do that. So,
Well, my issue isn't that. It's that new discretionary permits need to consider the consumption lounge when they're being considered.
yeah.
You are.
And that's
Definitely,
important to me, and I didn't see
yeah.
it anywhere in the legislative language, and so I want to make sure that's in there. Otherwise, I would go with option B.
Yes, I completely agree with that. We've already been thinking about adding that, so thank you.
You guys came to a complete agreement on that earlier. The two of you did.
But it's not in the language.
Okay.
Correct.
Very good.
And
Commissioner
just-
Deal? Oh, I'm sorry.
I just have one point of clarification. I think Mike understood, but I like to also understand. So you're fine for the existing operations, ministerial going forward, with it being clear that any new retail locations, dispensaries in that discretionary permit process for a new facility, it's just very clear that cannabis consumption is a part of it. Perfect.
True?
True.
Good. All right. Commissioner Deal, anything? We're good? We're all good? Good. Wonderful. All right, Michael.
So topic 2, I believe option A was acceptable as long as they're not maybe constructing new facilities, which would definitely in the coastal zone probably trigger a discretionary permit. So allowing spaces within, say, a shopping center, a mall, something like that, allowing expansion into those adjoining spaces where commercial uses can naturally migrate without any input from us. It's already a ministerial approach, and that would stay the case. I believe that's what I heard. But perhaps if there's new construction that's proposed in order to expand the footprint, that could be a discretionary action.
Pretty much what we agree? No?
Well, I was just going to say that, yes, I believe that's right, but I think the framing in my mind was that if you could expand anything without a permit, you could, but if you were going to do anything that triggered any other kind of, consideration, then you have to go back and fulfill those requirements.
Yes.
So subject to all the existing requirements for expansion, nothing separate, no different deal. That's what I was thinking.
That is correct. That's not what I said, but thank you.
Yours sounded more professional.
She does that to me, too. She interprets what I'm thinking, not what I'm saying.
So,
alrighty, that I think we're good on. Are you good on that? The important one is, are you good on that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
sure.
cool.
So the other one's hours of operation. I think I heard mostly that maybe we want to look at the retail regulations we already have in place and make them consistent with state law and make it 10 p.m. for everybody. And perhaps, I know a couple of you at least talked about allowing the businesses to stay open a couple hours to allow the effects to wear off after last call, if you will. If I'm understanding that correct, I'd like to.
Commissioner Hartzell?
Just pointing out that's none of the options, but it does reflect my.
Correct.
Is my thinking though? Yes.
Commissioner Deal?
Yes, I know there was a lot of discussion about staying open later, but I am not in favor of that personally. I think it's hard to enforce, and I think it would probably be self-enforcing because who's going to pay all their staff to stay for no reason? But I was just proposing that we go with the state law and be done with it.
And does that include bringing them all up to the same level for everybody? The same hours.
Same rules for everybody? Yes, it would.
Yeah. Commissioner Roberts?
I think I just heard that means not staying open past 10 p.m. And I actually would not be in favor of that because why not? And based on what we've heard, and I think what we know, these operators are very regulated by the state and don't want to jeopardize a license if they're not selling past 9:44 or whatever on their receipts. I I don't see any reason not to allow them to stay open a couple extra hours. Sorry, to follow up on that. We didn't talk about it, and I was kind of thinking it was going to be one of the topics, but we didn't discuss food operations, and I could see food and whatever else happening from 10 to midnight if that is part of this ordinance or eventually part of this ordinance. So.
Yeah, and just so you know, staff does concur with Mr. Stoney's request that we should allow the food that's allowed by state law. And there is, I think, very specific identified food opportunities, I guess, that we are supportive of that. So we will be adding that in, but it's not in this current version.
I don't know if anyone has observed what I have, but I think you'd be hard-pressed to find any place around here that stays open after 9 o'clock and serves food. At least that's been my experience. Anyway, yes, Commissioner Gomez?
Generally speaking, I agree with most of what was said. I was a little concerned because of the rural areas, especially since we have such a high concentration of the cannabis dispensaries in North County, that we're going to have too many operations open late. So I am concerned a little bit, and I am concerned about the hours too. Just wanted to point that out. So I'll put that for the record.
Okay. Anybody else? Oh, Commissioner Deal.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking more along the lines of as may be allowed under state law and however it may subsequently change or whatever that language is, which would say you can be open until 10 o'clock. That's what the state says. If the state changes the rules, you can do something different. I just a lot of experience with the state changing a rule, and then we have to have another item at the Planning Commission.
We don't want that.
Mr. Chair, based on what I read, I think it's sales and have to end at 10 o'clock. And so whatever happens after that, they're just using their space. I will say anecdotally, I came home late Sunday night. To me, late, it was like 9:15 through the city of Salinas, and one of the retail operations was open and going. And I was like, what is going on in there? And now understanding that it's open till 10, it was Sunday night. They were having business at 9:15, which every other place in town is shut down. But so it may be a situation that people appreciate. I don't know.
Yeah. Till we get one in Lockwood, I wouldn't know.
Chair. And then I had a general comment. I think that what I've seen some of the other jurisdictions do, and I'm not sure if this is a recommendation that's coming from staff, but I would recommend that you come back and give us a report on how it's working in about 2 to 3 years, if not sooner.
Anyone else? Any other input? Nope. We're good? Okay. Mr. Novo, if you're satisfied with that, let's move on to number 4.
Okay, number 4 is the live entertainment question, whether we're going to allow that within cannabis consumption venues, either through the, just incidental. It's allowed unless it's within 200 feet of a residential district, which, in other words, using the existing regulations, as we pointed out earlier, or treating this separately and requiring a discretionary permit. That's option B, or not allowing it at all, which is option C.
Okay. Commissioners?
And I think you wanted me to summarize what I heard.
Yeah, would you hear?
And I believe I heard option A on this.
Yeah, I think so too. Commissioners? Oh, everybody's up. Okay.
Commissioner Hartzell had raised an issue about the language, right? I wanted to make sure that was also part of this conversation.
You heard me, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we've got a lot of language work still to do.
Yeah.
So this was just for, I wouldn't say entertainment purposes. This is for initial conversation purposes. Let's put it that way. The next one, I believe I heard coastal zone and inland area. Done.
That was my understanding.
And the last one, ventilation system, I'm persuaded to lean towards option C as well at this point after hearing all the conversations. Hopefully the commission's okay with that approach, because I think it's a good approach.
Commissioner Hartzell.
Yes, and knowing this will go before the Coastal Commission, knowing that the state is evolving on this, please do your best to incorporate state language into what it is we do.
Okay. Anyone else? Commissioners? No. Wonderful. I think that makes us at the end, doesn't it?
It could.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
was I getting ahead
I'll
of
go to the
myself?
last
I
slide.
apologize.
Thank you. But I didn't know if there's any topics that we missed and if anybody wanted to bring up anything else. That's all.
Oh, Commissioner Roberts does.
The only thing I'd like to see, if it comes back to us as a workshop, is food and what that looks like. And I guess I'd like to include all of that at the same time instead of coming back to it later. But it sounds like that could be what you're already working on.
Okay. Good. Wonderful. Oh.
Thank you. And also just clarification regarding odor versus smoke. We saw odor everywhere, but I think our concern is smoke. Thank you.
Thank you for catching that. Okay. We're good? I think Mr. Novo's good. We're all good. And we're... No, I know that. No, Mr. Novo looks like he's concentrating on something. Oh, you're closing. Okay, very good. All right, well, let's move on. We've got one more item on the agenda then. We have reference number 260001. That includes PLN number 250139, DEP PLN number 110173, AMDI and PLN number 190243 and PLN number 170296. And I'm not going to go through all of the rest of it, but Ms. Beretti might want to.
Yeah, thank you. I think I just wanted to check in. So this is one batch of proposed general plan amendments for consideration by the commission. However, there are 4 separate items that action should be taken on separately. The reason I'm checking in is because one of those items, Commissioner Getzelman, you had recused yourself last time. And I wanted to ensure, because if we have a recusal, we are right at a quorum for the remaining items. So I just wanted to confirm if everyone who is here has no problem remaining for these 4 items.
Yep,
so that
because I still have to.
So that we have a quorum for the item that Mr. Getzelman needs to recuse himself for.
And I believe our vice chairman will take over. Correct. You want to sit there, or do you want to come over here in the big chair?
Melanie. Will we account for taking a break to go shuffle cars? I don't know how long it'll go, but...
Would you like to take a break?
In an hour.
You mean you need to take a break in an hour?
To move my car.
Oh, to move your car
So
in
I'll
an
still
hour.
be here, but as far as quorum is concerned, I'll have to leave the dais.
Oh, sure. We'll make sure we're done in an hour, or we'll just let you be excused. All righty. I'm trying to go, Amy. I'm trying to go.
So staff will present the item that is the South County rezones. That is the one that Mr. Getzelman, Commissioner Getzelman, has recused himself for. And then we will bring Mr. Getzelman back in for the remaining 3 items.
If you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Roberts. Good afternoon, members of the Planning Commission. Chair Roberts, Fiona Jensen, Principal Planner with Housing and Community Development, presenting HCD Planning File Number REF 260001, which consists of 4 different permits. Before you today are 4 different general plan amendments. As a reminder, the Planning Commission serves as a recommendation body to the Board of Supervisors for all general plan amendments. PLN 250139-DEP proposes to redesignate and rezone 4 5-acre parcels in the South County Area Plan. PLN 110173 AMD1 proposes to redesignate and rezone a 4.5-acre parcel in the Carmel Valley Master Plan from low-density residential 2.5 acres per unit to high-density residential 5 acres per unit. PLN 190243 proposes to apply a special treatment area over a property within the Central Salinas Valley Area Plan to allow outdoor cannabis cultivation. And PLN 170296 proposes to apply a special treatment area over 3 farmland designated parcels within the Greater Salinas Area Plan to allow their historical and ongoing commercial uses to continue. Staff will present each project one at a time and pause for the Planning Commission to take action on that respective item, and then we'll proceed with the next project. If there are no questions at this time, staff will proceed with its presentation. As a reminder, for general plan amendments to be considered, it must not conflict with the goals, policies, and objectives of the general plan, and there is substantial evidence demonstrating that there is an error or oversight in the general plan, there's a clear change of facts or circumstances, or the amendment better carries out the goals and policies of the general plan. PLN 250139 proposes to amend the South County Area Plan, specifically Figure LU9 and Sectional District Map 79, by redesignating and rezoning 4 5-acre parcels from light commercial to low-density residential. This is shown on the image on the right. These properties are located just south of the intersection of Halone Road and Lockwood-Halone Road. For history, the subject properties were first zoned rural district in 1976. The rural district was applied to the unincorporated area surrounding Lockwood and allowed for residential uses and limited commercial agricultural uses. In 1993, the light commercial zoning district was established and applied to a 155-acre area at the intersection of Interlake, Halone, and Lockwood Road, and also incorporated the 4 subject properties. This is shown on the image on the right. To the west and east of the commercial area, these properties were rezoned to low-density residential in 1993. In 2006, a 20-acre parcel was subdivided to create the subject 5-acre properties, which are shown as parcels 5 through 8 on the map on the left. Staff reviewed the zoning maps in effect at that time and confirmed that these parcels were zoned light commercial at the time of the subdivision. However, the adopting resolution recognized the newly created parcels as low-density residential. Further, the prepared amended mitigated negative declaration analyzed foreseeable impacts of developing these parcels with residential uses, not commercial. Accordingly, reference to low-density residential 1 unit per acre in Planning Commission Resolution number 06014 appears to be in error. Although there was confusion as to whether these properties were commercial or residential, these properties continued to be zoned light commercial with adoption and implementation of the 2010 General Plan. To add to the confusion, the property's covenants, conditions, and restrictions describe the primary use of these properties as, quote, for residential and agricultural purposes only, end quote, and prohibits commercial storage buildings. The light commercial zoning district allows residential uses, but only so that the gross square footage of the residential use does not exceed the commercial use of the property. Accordingly, to develop parcels 5 through 8 with single-family dwellings, the property owners would also have to construct or operate an equal or greater sized commercial business. Although the county does not enforce CC&Rs, it is recognized that operation of businesses on these properties may conflict with the private restrictions of said CC&Rs. In addition to this conflict, the owners of properties 5 through 8 have informed staff that is, quote, highly unlikely that a single business, not to mention 4 businesses, would survive, let alone flourish, given the sparse population and remoteness of the location. The owners of parcels 5 through 8 have also expressed desire to develop these properties with single-family dwellings, but cannot feasibly do so without a change in zoning and land use designation. Therefore, staff believes that there is a demonstrable error or oversight in the 2010 General Plan, which was caused by an incorrect recognition of these parcels as low-density residential in 2005 and 2006. Additionally, staff believes there's a change in circumstance, being that the development of these parcels with residential uses rather than commercial is a more viable use and supports the county's overall housing demand. This general plan amendment was referred to the South County Land Use Advisory Committee for review on January 21st and February 18th of this year. However, due to a lack of quorum at each meeting, the item was not heard or considered. Accordingly, staff moved forward with obtaining the Planning Commission's recommendation on this proposal. Should the Commission desire, staff will seek the LUAC's input at their March 18th meeting, should they have a quorum, and provide the LUAC's input to the Board of Supervisors. With that, staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt a resolution recommending that the Board of Supervisors consider the adopted mitigated negative declaration together with an addendum prepared for planning file numbers PLN 030415 and PLN 060078, and find that adoption of the general plan amendment to rezone these properties does not require additional environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15162, and approve an amendment to the South County Area Plan and Sectional District Map to reclassify and rezone the subject properties as described in this presentation. The draft resolution is attached to today's staff report as Exhibit B. This concludes staff's presentation on this proposal, and staff is available for any questions and comments.
Thank you. Commissioners? Commissioner Deal?
Just to clarify, I'm not looking at the draft resolution, but the reasoning behind this is map error, and it better serves the purposes of the general plan both? Is that our reasoning for the staff's recommendation of approval?
Yes, that is staff's recommendation.
And those are the specific reasons that you are putting that forward, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Anyone else? My only question was, these are currently vacant and already subdivided into the 5-acre lots.
That is correct.
If there's no other questions from Commissioner Work?
Yeah, I just have a question. Just a question. If they were to stay light commercial and they wanted to have Airbnb, is that the correct zoning? It's just I'm for the project, but just a question.
If I may. So in South County, in the South County area, for whether it's low density residential or whether it's a commercial zone, a single family residence may, with a use permit, based on the current regulations, may apply to be a vacation rental, commercial vacation rental. With just ministerial approvals, they would be able, with either of those zoning designations, they would be able to be a homestay or a limited.
Okay. Is there anyone present that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll check online.
No emails or no hands up on Zoom.
Thank you. Staff, do you have anything else you want to add?
Not at this time, thank you.
Commissioners?
I did talk to some of the people out there, and they were for it. So with that, I'd make a motion to accept staff's recommendation.
Second.
Commissioner Work has made the motion, and I think Commissioner Deal seconded the motion. Yes.
If I may, through the chair, just one comment I wanted to relay to staff on behalf of Mr. Getzelman and the South County LUAC. The South County LUAC with today was able to now have a quorum. And so just for the commission to know, it is the hope that staff, even with today's action, will still bring this to the South County LUAC prior to it then going to the Board of Supervisors.
I personally would love to engage the LUACs any way we can, so that's fine with me. Yes, Commissioner Hartzell.
It's a procedural question. Are we doing a motion on each one of the listed items? Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Commissioner Getzelman, Chair Getzelman, you're back.
I was gonna say thank you privately, but I want to say thank you on the record to Commissioner Roberts for filling in. Thank you very much. Ms. Fiona, do you have the next one, please?
If staff right can please be shared. Thank you. PLN 110173 AMD1 proposes to amend the Carmel Valley Master Plan to redesignate and rezone a 4.47 acre parcel from low density residential to high density residential 5 units per acre to better facilitate September Ranch's construction of required inclusionary housing. On November 9th, 2010, the Board of Supervisors adopted a resolution approving a combined development permit for the September Ranch subdivision project, which consisted of a vesting tentative map to subdivide approximately 900 acres into 73 market rate residential lots and 22 affordable housing lots, which required 15 inclusionary and 7 deed restricted workforce housing lots, for a total of 95 residential lots and other related uses. On December 8th, 2020, the Board of Supervisors approved a final map for Phase 1 of the September Ranch subdivision, which include dividing 540 acres of the total 900-acre property into 40 parcels consisting of 33 conforming lots to be developed with market rate homes, a parcel for inclusionary housing, Parcel F, an equestrian parcel, a public use parcel, an open space parcel, a park parcel, and a parcel for future Phase 2, which may be constructed for a portion of the inclusionary housing and the remaining 50 market rate residential parcels. This is Parcel G. In March 2023, the Board of Supervisors adopted an ordinance and a resolution to rezone and reclassify certain parcels and lots to reflect their intended uses and as required by conditions number 30 and 37 of the September Ranch subdivision project. Pursuant to condition 30, parcels A, B, C, and D were rezoned to open space with a design control overlay and site plan review overlay. Pursuant to condition 37, lots 22 through 33 were rezoned to rural density residential with a building site 6 overlay, design control overlay, and site plan review overlay. Lots 1 through 22, 39, 40, and 73 were also rezoned and reclassified to low density residential with a building site 6 overlay, design control overlay, and site plan review overlay. However, in 2023, Parcel F was not considered in the rezone actions as the developer had yet to decide if the required inclusionary housing would be solely constructed on Parcel F or would also bleed into Parcel G. This decision would affect the land use density of Parcel F and therefore was not included in the 2023 actions. The current zoning of Parcel F, which is low density residential, 2.5 units per acre, would only allow this property to be constructed with 1 unit, which conflicts with September Ranch's requirement for 22 inclusionary housing units. To better facilitate the construction of these inclusionary housing units and to comply with condition of approval number 37 of the original permit, Parcel F needs to be rezoned and redesignated. Specifically, this general plan amendment proposal proposes to amend the Carmel Valley Master Plan figure LU3 to redesignate the 4.47 acre parcel from low density residential to high density residential and amend the sectional district map 17C of Title 21 to amend the zoning classification from low density residential 2.5 units per acre to high-density residential 5 units per acre, building site 6 overlay, design control overlay, and site plan review overlay. At 5 dwelling units per acre, the 4.4 acre parcel could be developed with the required 22 inclusionary housing units, which will be subject to separate design approval and separately considered for the Planning Commission at a later date. With that, staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt a resolution recommending that the Board of Supervisors finds the project consistent with the final revised environmental impact report for the September Ranch subdivision project and find that adoption of the project does not warrant additional environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15-162, and approve the amendments to the Carmel Valley Master Plan and sectional district maps to rezone and reclassify the subject property as described in this presentation. This resolution is attached to today's staff report as Exhibit C. And with that, this concludes staff's presentation on this proposal, and staff is available for any questions and comments.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Questions? No? No one? Oh, wow, no questions. Oh, sorry.
Just quickly, same question as Commissioner Deal for the last one. The reasoning here on this one is facts and circumstances?
I think this one is a bit unique as it was required as a condition of approval to implement housing. So I think there is a change in circumstances that I guess the zoning does not facilitate that housing, and I think staff would also argue better meets the goals and policies of the general plan with affordable housing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that,
To piggyback on that, could I just suggest that those be called out clearly in each of these? So we have a statement clear up front that says these are the reasons we're doing these. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Arso.
if my colleagues don't have any further comments, I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay. Any further comments?
Oh, public comment, more
Yeah,
important.
well, we got that. Okay, very good. Any public comment then? Anyone online? No one in the chamber seems to be coming forward.
No emails and no hands up on Zoom.
Yeah. All right. Now, anybody? Nope. Okay, Commissioner Hartzell.
I move to approve the draft resolution as is in our packet.
This is a recommendation to the board, right? So, okay. Yes, I second that.
I think that was it. Yep. Okay, good.
Whatever it is, I second it.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Hartzell and a second by Commissioner Deal. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Very good. Okay, Ms. Jensen, moving along to number 3 out of 4.
If staff right can please be shared. PLN 190243 proposes to amend the Central Salinas Valley Area Plan to create a special treatment area over a 120-acre parcel to allow outdoor cannabis cultivation. This property is located at 50700 Thompson Canyon Road, King City, and is zoned permanent grazing. For some background, in June 2019, the Board of Supervisors adopted chapters 20.69 and 2169 of the Monterey County Code and created a pilot program for outdoor cannabis cultivation in Big Sur, Carmel Valley, and Kashawa planning areas. In 2020, per direction of the Board of Supervisors and the Cannabis Committee, staff prepared draft ordinances to amend the outdoor cannabis cultivation program by modifying energy and setback requirements, extending the program's expiration date, and adding the Central Salinas Valley Area Plan. The Agricultural Advisory Committee considered the draft ordinance and recommended removal of the Central Salinas Valley Area Plan, citing concerns with crop incompatibility, unknown numbers and locations of permittees in the area plan, water availability, and potential impacts on cattle grazing. In April 2021, the Planning Commission considered these draft ordinances. During the Planning Commission's hearing, members of the Commission had questions about the Agricultural Advisory Committee's concerns and raised concerns with excluding a limited number of Central Salinas Valley Area Plan residents who cultivate cannabis and wish to legalize their operation, and reiterated that the purpose of a pilot program is to attempt to address concerns and questions, which will then better inform an ultimate ordinance. The Agricultural Commissioner was present at that April 2021 hearing and stated that without additional research, a 2-mile buffer between cannabis cultivation and off-site agricultural operations would be needed in the Central Salinas Valley to ensure that cannabis crops would not be rendered a loss and impacted by off-site pesticide use or vice versa. This buffer was determined necessary as no pesticides are federally registered for the use of cannabis. And in California, there is strict testing for pesticide residue on cannabis. With limited exceptions, any finding of pesticide residue on cannabis would render the cannabis crop contaminated and invalid for sale. During this April 2021 hearing, a Central Salinas Valley resident, John Cummings, expressed his desire to be included in the program. However, after public testimony, the Planning Commission recommended adoption of the draft ordinance without the Central Salinas Valley Area Plan. The amended draft ordinance was then adopted by the supervisors in May 2021. No operators have sought permits through the pilot program as of date. Since Mr. Cummings is his property is located in the Central Salinas Valley Area Plan, there are no regulations that currently allow him to grow outdoor cannabis, and he is not subject to the pilot program. Therefore, Mr. Cummings now seeks the adoption of a special treatment area. A special treatment area is intended to be used in conjunction with the underlying land use designation. Its purpose is generally to facilitate a comprehensive planned approach to for specific properties or a single property where a mix of uses is permitted and or there are unique natural or scenic resources or other recreational and visitor serving opportunities that need to be considered. In this case, the special treatment area would essentially recognize the uniqueness of the property and allow the owner to cultivate cannabis subject to certain requirements. The special treatment area would be added as Central Salinas Valley Policy 1.8 and would read as follows. The Cummings Ranch shall be designated as a special treatment area to allow up to 20,000 square feet of outdoor cannabis cultivation, provided the operator obtains a commercial cannabis business permit pursuant to Chapter 7.90 of Monterey County Code, and the operation complies with the requirements of the outdoor cannabis pilot program pursuant to Chapter 21.29 of Monterey County Code, except for a location. The operator agrees to inform nearby off-site agricultural operations of the on-site cannabis operations and implement best management practices to prevent incompatibility issues. Upon request by the county, the operator agrees to provide testing and compliance information to better inform appropriate setbacks between on-site cannabis operations and off-site agricultural operations. Should the special treatment area be adopted, the cannabis proposal would involve 378 plants for a total canopy area of just over 18,000. The outdoor cannabis cultivation pilot program's requirements were used by staff as guidelines to better determine whether Mr. Cummings' proposal is appropriate. Although not required, the applicant's operations plan does demonstrate that the cultivation proposal would comply with the pilot program's requirements, except for location. Further, the applicant is committed to obtaining necessary licenses and permits from the County of Monterey Cannabis Program and will inform off-site neighbors of his proposal. Upon request from the county, the special treatment area would require that the property owner submit compliance testing information to HCD Planning. Again, staff feels that this information would be helpful in the future to better demonstrate whether a 2-mile buffer is appropriate to avoid or minimize crop incompatibility issues, including pesticide drift and odors. Further obtaining this information may help support revisions to the pilot program or other future regulations regarding outdoor cannabis cultivation should staff be directed to revise or prepare such regulations. One of the primary reasons the Central Salinas Valley Area Plan was removed from inclusion in the program was due to pesticide drift concerns raised by the Agricultural Advisory Committee and the Agricultural Commissioner. To address this concern, staff met with the Agricultural Commissioner, who raised no concerns about the proposed cannabis operation and confirmed that it would not be subject to pesticide drift or impact off-site agricultural operations, given its 2-mile setback from nearby commercial agricultural operations. This is shown on the image on the right. As recommended by the Ag Commissioner's Office, the draft special treatment area language was revised to require that the cannabis operator inform nearby off-site agricultural operations of the on-site cultivation and implement best management practices to prevent any incompatibility concerns. As previously mentioned, the special treatment area also requires that the state-required compliance testing results be provided to the county upon request to better inform to better confirm whether crop incompatibility is occurring. In this case, staff believes that there is a change in circumstance, being that the pilot program is soon to expire, June of this year. Research to better determine whether the program should be amended to include the Central Salinas Valley Area Plan has yet to occur. No cultivators have taken advantage of the program, and the subject property meets all program requirements, but is simply excluded due to location. Additionally, creation of the special treatment area may better meet the goals, policies, and text of the general plan by promoting economic development and increasing the agricultural viability of the subject property, and benefits the public health and safety of county residences by promoting the permitting and regulation of outdoor cannabis. To ensure that the proposal would not introduce a use that is incompatible with agricultural operations. The special treatment area does again require that the operator submit those compliance results to the county upon demand. So with that, staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt a resolution recommending that the Board of Supervisors find the project is categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15304 and approve an amendment to amend the Central Salinas Valley Area Plan by adding policy 1.8 to create a special treatment area over the subject property, allowing up to 20,000 square feet of outdoor cannabis cultivation. This draft resolution is attached to today's staff report as Exhibit D, and this concludes staff's presentation on this proposal. Staff is available for questions and comments.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Any questions from the dais for Ms. Jensen? Commissioner Deal.
Yes, we had a good workshop on this just recently, and I don't know that perhaps you can point me to anything that changed as a result of those conversations.
The more substantial changes that have occurred would be the conversations that have happened with the agricultural commissioners, which ended up revising the draft special treatment area language to require the property owner inform offsite agricultural operations of the proposed cannabis proposal, implementing best management practices to prevent incompatibility issues, and then the operator agreeing to providing the county with testing information.
Thank you. So, from my point of view, start at the beginning and say that, as we've discussed throughout the day, I think the idea that this is not something that this landowner is allowed to choose to do is ridiculous. Absolutely support their right to plant whatever crop it is they want to plant in the place where they want to plant it. However, this is being asked to be a special treatment area in perpetuity in the land use plan for something that could equally be addressed by the Board of Supervisors changing the language in a pilot program. In fact, a special treatment area references a pilot program which is about to expire if it has not already done so. From my point of view, I still haven't heard a good rationale for why this is in any way a remotely appropriate use of the amendment process to the general plan. And so I'm open to anybody who has I understand it's a workaround, but I think it's a workaround from the specific direction of the ordinance pilot program and Board of Supervisors, and I don't think that's what the amendment program is intended to accomplish for one landowner at the expense of anyone else. And I would further pile onto that by saying that should someone say in a mountainous area in the southern coastal portion of our county be able to be fully compliant with all of the provisions of the pilot program with the exception of the distance from their house setback, they would have exactly the same argument that I would be fully compliant except for this one thing. And I could then be able to have a special treatment area over my house. And I don't think that's a road that I can support with respect to the general plan as much as, like I said, my conscience is bothered about this because I truly am sympathetic and appreciative of this landowner and going to all this extent. But I think it's inappropriate that we should have supported this approach using this mechanism. And I'm sitting here waiting for somebody to come up with a reason why it isn't as ridiculous as it sounds to me.
All righty. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Arto? No? Got nothing, okay. All right. Very good. We'll move along then to, we do have someone who would probably like to speak to this item.
Good afternoon. I'm here to address any questions you may have, address any concerns you may have or any questions. Ms. Beal, I understand where you're coming from, honest to God. As I mentioned here at the last meeting, I was involved with the outdoor pilot program from the conception. It was my supervisor at that time, chief of staff, and myself's idea to develop the pilot program. I understand at that time why District 3 was not included. I understand that completely. I discussed that at my last meeting. The idea of a special treatment area came to me through my district, which will allow me to cultivate, therefore giving the folks in Big Sur and the Cashao area some incentive to become involved with outdoor cultivation, permitted, legal, okay? With that said, I really don't know what else to tell you, ma'am. As far as in perpetuity, honest to goodness, folks, what is it, perpetuity? If the county wanted to slap's the wrong terminology, it's been a long day. If they wanted to add some, I'm not sure what Ms. Jensen calls it, some sort of a regulation or something says, okay, if you die, it doesn't pass on with the property, or maybe I cannot sell the property with the intention of getting a lot of money for it because I can grow cannabis. I'm okay with that. If you want to give me that restriction, all right? I truly am okay with that. With that said, does anybody else have any other, or you, ma'am, any other questions or concerns that I might address?
Anyone have questions? This nice gentleman? Nope. Okay.
My last comment,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
Certainly.
Is my neighbor has presented to the county a letter of support. He's about 1.7 miles away from my operation. He has a home on his ranch. He comes there once in a while, but he gave me a letter of support. He's the closest neighbor I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I think we'll see if there's anyone else online that would like to, unless you have something else for us.
I'll just stand here and wait and see what happens.
Okay. Ms. Clerk, do we have anybody online? Doesn't look like it. We do. Okay. Can we hear from?
We have Robert Roach online with a question.
Mr. Roach.
I know, no question, just a comment. I mean, I don't know about the method, but I know that he deserves it. He's worked so hard at this. I told you I follow the cannabis meetings. This man's come to every single meeting, even even Michelle's, strategic plan session, which is hours long. He shows up at everything. He works with the county staff. I have no doubt he's going to run an excellent operation there, and I feel the same way about the pilot program. I mean, that was just such a flawed thing. But that's about all I can say. I think he's a good man. I hope he gets to plant his crop down there. He should be able to.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Roach. Do we have anyone else? Oh, great. I'm afraid, sir, you're going to have to relinquish your podium.
Hi, good afternoon. Michelle House, Cannabis Program Manager. I appreciate, Martha, what you're saying. And I think that what we really have to see is the reason we're asking for special treatment is because the Ag Commissioner at the time, and the group said we do not want to have District 3 part of that because of the concerns due to row crops, pasture, vineyards. And so one of the things that we agreed that we would do is that we would meet with that particular organization, and we are on the agenda for tomorrow to speak with the ag. We've already spoken to the ag commissioner, but we will be speaking to the advisory tomorrow because we are asking once again for permission. That's why the special, if I'm correct, that is why special treatment, because he was not part of outdoor. That was not allowed for District 3 to be part of outdoor.
Commissioner Deal?
Yeah, question for Ms. House. So
yes,
this is an issue for a revised pilot program. It has nothing to do with the underlying land use of the county of Monterey.
Correct.
So why are we trying to take, it's a square peg in a round hole. Why are we taking this route, which is very specific for a very specific kind of issue that is, to my mind, so important that we've required it only come before the Planning Commission and the supervisor twice a year with any of these for any reason, and trying to put something which is a political question about why the people of that area didn't want to be included in a pilot program. Because I have no reason to disagree with anybody that this particular project is praiseworthy on all counts, including the person who's managing it. I would hold that my neighbors in Big Sur have every single reason to be included in that same category, and yet they do not have the resources and the ability to follow through with getting a special treatment area through a general plan amendment in order to be able to do what is being proposed here. So how does your outlook suggest that we should take a workaround of a political issue by putting it into the land use plan when all you need to do is go back and make a new ordinance that says this is okay after you have the appropriate consultations with the appropriate people? And that is something that can be changed as new things are learned. It could do all the things that have been put forward here except compensate this gentleman for his inordinate amount of time and money he's put into this. So that's my question, is why are we proposing to use this tool to solve a problem that is not the normal use of this tool when we don't have to?
Because if we don't, then he'll wait, and then we will have to go back. So because I think one of the things I did discuss with you was the idea that Craig Spencer and I are working on how to go about looking at the pilot. So next April, not next month, in April, he is coming to the Cannabis Committee to give an update, and it will probably end up having to go forward to the board and other locations. We are going to have to go back to the drawing board for the pilot project and look at it again and meet with people and figure out the best way to move forward. If we do not do this now for Mr. Cumming, then he will have to wait, and we will have to revamp and hope that we can also include at that time District 3. So what I'm saying is when we look at the pilot, District 3 is not part of that. The pilot is for Kashawa, Carmel Valley, Big Sur, right? So I mean, I think I understand what you're saying, but at this time, then we would go back and we would include District 3, and we'd go back to the drawing board to look at how to include District 3 and how to revamp so that Big Sur, Kashawa, and Carmel Valley can also be part of the pilot. I don't know how else to describe it because I wasn't in the initial, I think you know this, I was not in the initial conversations years ago with pilot. I've only been with this project or program for 2 years, so I can't answer maybe the historical aspect. I just know that District 3 was not included at the time. I don't know if I don't think I'm answering your question. I think your question is probably more frustration that you would like to see something, and I'm hoping that that will be addressed when Craig and others go back to look at it.
Through the chair. I'm talking about this particular application at this particular time for a special treatment area, general plan designation of this particular landowner's property differently from everybody else in Monterey County.
I understand.
So the fact that he would subsequently not be able to take advantage of some other situation is not compelling to me. And that's what I'm trying to get at here, is that the recommendation from anybody that we should use it for this, I still don't get the rationale for it. I mean, it's the general plan amendment is a big deal. If you're going to amend the Constitution of the United States, you don't do it because Joe wants to open a shoe store on 3rd Street. And that's the kind of a level that I'm dealing with here. And it's not because I don't think Joe ought to have a shoe store on 3rd Street. I would be fine with that. It's a question of the fairness that that introduces subsequently into the process of amending the Constitution, and what does the Constitution actually mean.
Understood.
Yeah. The general plan, from my point of view, I want to hear the argument about why that document should be amended in this way. As we just spoke about, there's an argument to be made. We had a need to rezone some areas that had been planned for affordable housing, but the zoning didn't allow it. That had been through multi-decade process to get to that conclusion, required us to change the constitution of the land use of the Monterey County in order to allow it. To me, that's a compelling argument. Prior to that, there's a map discrepancy, and we need to bring two pieces of legislation together to say the same thing so the landowners know what to do. That's a compelling argument. But that somebody can't do what they want to do because we haven't got that particular pilot program in order continues to not be. And I can't believe anybody would have gotten this far on that argument without something I'm totally missing. And so very honestly, I'm asking, so what am I missing that makes this appropriate? Because I'm not seeing it. And I'd like to know why if that's the way we think we're supposed to do it, I'd like to understand why, and I don't. That's what I'm really saying.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
I cannot give you the compelling argument.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you what the facts are.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Roberts, do you have a question?
Yes, I have a question for council on this in that same line of why isn't this spot zoning that benefits this property owner?
There could be an argument there, certainly. Usually special treatment areas are, as Commissioner Deal described, and the other proposals in here are more along those lines. So, yeah, it's not something that I've looked at specifically with these reference to these facts, but you're right to raise it, and it's something worth looking at.
It's of concern to me because my experience is that it's got to be for the public benefit to make this kind of designation and not for an individual owner. Again, I think like everybody else, like I have tremendous sympathy that this gentleman is here having to go through this and has been told to go through this process, and is now standing here before us. But my land use mind says, wait a minute, this sounds like spot zoning to me. So,
okay. Commissioner Hartzell.
Question for Mr. Cumming? Or what is your name? John? What's your name? Yes, you, please.
Go ahead.
You said that this opportunity was brought to your attention by the district. True?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you help me understand what their reasoning was in bringing this to your attention instead of proposed amendments to the pilot program?
Just watching your words.
I can tell. It's okay. It happens all the time.
Here's the bottom line, folks. I am the only applicant in Monterey County that meets all of the strict original requirements of the outdoor pilot program, cultivation pilot program, except for my district and my zoning. I meet and exceed all the other requirements. If you could tell me today, and I'm not trying to be a smart aleck, but if you could tell me today that in March, the supervisors or the county would amend the pilot program to allow District 3, then I would back off and I'd come back in and we'd be in business. I can tell you with certainty there are no other applicants, potential applicants in District 3 who can meet the requirements of the outdoor pilot program. There's not. You get into the other districts and there's issues there, and I understand where you're coming from, Commissioner Deal, right? I understand where you're coming from. There's certain topographical setbacks and things of that nature with your constituents, and I understand that. Well, then maybe we should think about amending the program. I understand that. I would be more than happy to be part of the outdoor pilot program, folks. If I get special treatment area assigned to me, and someday the outdoor pilot program is amended to allow other districts in, I'll jump on board, and you can take the special treatment area. And
So I'm just confirming that my question saying that the District 3 supervisor did not explain to you why they were recommending the amendment process instead of a change to the pilot program.
You know, that's the answer to that question is that's probably the only route at that time. And you're talking, I think it was in.
But they didn't explain it to you. That's just confirming that it wasn't explained. It wasn't explained why they were sending you toward the amendment program.
Well, they didn't have to explain it. I lived it. We lived it where they didn't allow, and to answer the question why District 3 was not included in the original pilot program.
Well, that wasn't the question. Don't worry. Thank you for answering the question. I'm just going to kind of veer us off to the right a little bit here. I understand that this is a workaround, and I understand my colleagues' concerns with that and the argument that this might be spot zoning. I also think that the trial for the 2-mile buffer and promoting economic development and viability in an area as described by Ms. Jensen are reasonable. It's reasonable to consider an amendment for those reasons. And I've worked on a legislative staff before that has done private bills and has just responded to the failure of a legislative process by doing special treatment areas in a totally different part of the law. And I agree that spot zoning is the wrong thing to do, but I'm also kind of open to adjusting to create fairness in the application of it. So I'm not totally convinced that this is only spot zoning. I think it's possible that there's a decent argument that it's a good thing to do here.
Yeah. Okay. County Council would like to jump in.
Just to address the spot zoning issue one more time, or briefly, I think that the commissioner is hitting on a critical aspect here. The distinction that the courts have raised is between things that have a legitimate public interest, zoning and special treatment areas, as opposed to something just for private good. So I would say that the key is being able to articulate that. And so that would depend to some degree on whether the commission's comfortable with the rationales that were just advanced for being in the public interest or other public interest rationales that perhaps advanced by staff. But that's the distinction is this something, because spot zoning is really a specific fact pattern that it's just the difference between a legislative action and a judicial on some level, which is, are we benefiting the community versus an individual? And sometimes the line is blurry. So it's not always clear. And in this case, there could be legitimate public interests at stake.
Through the chair, if staff may. From a planning perspective, I don't know if I agree that this is entirely a spot zoning issue, as the zoning will maintain the permanent grazing current designation. This is simply just a hierarchical, almost like an overlay that's applied that would allow certain uses to be established, and so it doesn't change the zoning. So I don't know if staff agrees that it's a spot zoning issue. I also want to kind of give some context for perhaps why the special treatment area was recommended, or why staff is recommending this approach versus others. Special treatment areas aren't always adopted for the benefit of the public. There are potentially dozens of special treatment areas throughout the county that are applied to individual properties to recognize some unique situation about the property. Oftentimes, as I'll get into actually in the next item, you could rezone the property to comply with maybe the uniqueness of it, but that would open up potentially a intensification of the property that would be potentially detrimental to surrounding areas. So a special treatment area allows for those unique circumstances to be addressed and recognized and authorized without opening up and intensifying properties. And so in this case, the special treatment area, having it apply to one property may be a more appropriate method than amending the pilot program to allow an individual property owner to be subject to the pilot program. I think if the proposal came through to amend the pilot program to just add one property, staff might have some hesitation there, as the zoning ordinance is typically applicable to planning areas as a whole and not individual properties. And that's where at a general plan level, it can apply to a specific property or multiple properties. If staff were to receive direction from the Board of Supervisors to amend the program itself to include the Central Salinas Valley, that would then be another avenue to allow Mr. Cummings to cultivate cannabis. Unfortunately, at this time, the staff has not received that direction, and that's where we see some of the change in circumstances given the lack in direction to potentially make revisions to the program and a property owner who continues to demonstrate compliance with all requirements except for location.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, I would like to.
Yeah, and if I may, just building on that just a little bit. And it goes to the reason why this particular property is here through special treatment is there. Part of the issue is that there is not currently an interest in opening up the zoning of entire District 3 of Central and South Salinas Valley, which would be the appropriate mechanism. But it is a recognition that there is one property owner in District 3 who could comply with all of the regulations, who has been doing this as a historical use, who has interest and could continue. So just for that, the zoning pilot program amendment versus taking a special treatment approach, and why there's not support, and why the special treatment approach and not support for actually opening all of the Salinas Valley as a pilot program, which is what you would do through zoning.
Oh, Commissioner Gomez.
Chair, I understand the concern that Commissioner Deal has raised, and but I also understand the issues that Commissioner Hartzell brought up. I think this is an opportunity to fix it. The question is, how do we limit this correction to just this one parcel? And that's my overall concern. So how can we put language? I just want to make sure we put language that's just limited to this one parcel.
That is correct, Commissioner Gomez. The special treatment area currently references just one assessor's parcel number.
Very good. Commissioner Deal? Oh, wait. Okay. Commissioner Deal?
Thank you. It certainly is difficult to think about issues where you're being asked to go round Robin's barn. It's not a direct response to the situation. So I apologize if I appeared to be unreasonable. I blame part of it on some sort of trauma response to having been through the general plan amendment property owners process back when we were writing the general plan, where every single property owner came forward with their very particular reason why they should be treated differently. And as a result, I tend to have the same question I keep asking here, which is, we cannot know that if this opportunity were to be extended to District 3, that this would be the only property owner who would be eligible. Because it wasn't, we know that no other property owner had the initiative and involvement and commitment to go through what Mr. Cummings has gone through. But we don't know that there weren't other people who are excluded because District 3 was not included. And so all the same reasoning would apply to them if they could fulfill the same set of circumstances. So that's a concern for me, is the fairness issue, and it always has been in all of these things. understanding that this is an anomalous situation, and huge apologies to the numbers of people in my district who have fallen off the radar because they lost their house because they were counting on raising cash crop that they were not allowed to do. Can a special treatment area be time or circumstance limited? So it would only apply during a certain period for a certain period of time, or until some other legislative activity occurred? Because that would help. But I mean, as the applicant has said, that would help me with my concerns about changing the underlying land use forever.
That is a potential avenue, yes, Commissioner. There are very limited instances of termed special treatment areas throughout the county. They're typically referencing a prior discretionary planning permits term. I'm aware of one instance in the Toro area plan that allowed for mining within the Salinas River pursuant to the term of a discretionary permit. So that special treatment area has since voided out because that planning permit is no longer applicable. But should the commission desire, that is a recommendation they could make to the Board of Supervisors to include a term or to specifically reference the applicability through such time that applicable ordinances are enacted. If so, yes, it is a recommendation you could make to the Board of Supervisors. However, we often don't see terms applied to general plan policies as they are typically applicable for the lifespan of the general plan.
Okay, so if I'm trying to follow through this in my head, the situation we're trying to address is the fact that we don't have a pilot program, or for that matter, an actual program that says you can do these activities in this area. So this is to gain information. The proposed public good is to gain public information about the compatibility of crops and the potential for this being an acceptable activity in this area under these circumstances. So tying it to some definitive action on either a pilot program or an actual adopted program might make me feel better about it, because if in the end, if the the program considerations don't, suppose they say, yeah, everybody who wants to do it can do it, or no, nobody can do it, I would like that to apply in this situation at that time when they make that determination. So, I mean, as I said, I understand and apologize for being overly concerned, but I always feel that way when my conscience is tweaked. I just have this really unsettling feeling in my stomach about doing something for one person that others would have liked to have done and couldn't afford or couldn't pull off, and I hate that. But one thing that might make a difference is if we can come up with a way to tie it to the activities that we are attempting to tie it to, so it isn't changing everything forever.
Yeah, I agree with you, Commissioner Deal. If this is a one-off, in fact, then, and I understand what you're saying, Ms. Jensen, that this is not used, the exceptions and timelines are not used very frequently. But if in fact this is a one-off, then maybe we can just continue that exception and make this timeline, or tying it to a certain time, also a one-off, and tie the two together. And if it would make Commissioner Deal feel comfortable going forward, how would that work, especially? I mean, would that be part of what you take? Okay, so procedurally, we would approve this with the conditions that when it went to the Board of Supervisors, it would include XXX, right? Is that what you're saying? Am I understanding correctly?
Yes, as a recommending body, the Board of Supervisors could consider revisions that the Commission makes today, should they desire to. And I think for the discussion that's currently occurring, staff would like some clarity on what regulations and or timelines or terms should be referenced, given that the current pilot program is set to expire in June of this year, and I'm not sure if it's the Commission's desire to term it out with that pilot program or any other regulation.
All righty. Commissioner Roberts, did you,
Yes, this is a little more adjacent, and I'm not sure completely relevant, but I am remembering that there was a property along Highway 68 just outside of the Salinas city limits that was, I think, in a similar situation. And this property owner wasn't able to have cannabis in, it was the same thing. It was like there either needed to be a general plan or maybe it had something to do with the city of Salinas. I can't remember the exact circumstance. But it's the fairness thing for me, and I just want to really make sure that we're being fair to everybody regardless of their resources or, access.
Through the chair, I do believe that is the next item actually coming up that you're referencing.
Well, good. You were just ahead of the schedule a little bit. Commissioner Deal, do you want to, because you would feel more comfortable with the timeline, do you have any thoughts, or do you want to give it a couple of thoughts while we move through the next item?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure I'm the person to come up with an answer to this conundrum. My thought is, if we're concerned about information that would have been gained if in a pilot program, why don't we figure out how long the pilot program was for and say it's for the same amount of time, however long, was it 5 years or 3 years or so many years that we were going to run a pilot program. So if that's what we're doing, let's just say that this is basically that in a separate form. And I'd also be interested in including something in the resolution saying that anybody that can show similar circumstances is certainly eligible to be considered in the same way. And I would like that piece not to just be about what district you're in. But the two things for me, as I say, are not permanent. So if we're looking for it as a way to inform decision-making, maybe some fixed period of time equivalent to what the pilot program would have done had it been possible to do it then. And then, as I say, just some consideration that this is a special treatment area because of these circumstances, and a statement saying that if these circumstances come up for anybody else, we want to allow them the same opportunity.
I think that's fair. And has the pilot program ended?
It is subject to expiration June of this year, and it was for a term of 8 years.
Okay, so subject to those same guidelines.
I was just, as a suggestion, that seems to me if that's the reasoning, it ties it to the reasoning.
Yeah. So that's the time frame then. And then also include the Commissioner Deal's comments about applying to everyone equally. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think on that point, I'd like a little clarity, because the very intention and point of special treatment is that we are trying to make the case that there is something unique and unique circumstances, change of circumstances here. And so I guess I'm having a hard time on envisioning how we would put, it seems like contradictory language. So I'm having a hard time understanding how that might be incorporated in a resolution. I think one thing I would also like to say back is we can also, some of this may take staff a little bit of time. Another approach could be that we would take a recommendation from the Planning Commission with the kind of the intent and the outcome of what you would like it to do. Staff could have time to think about some options of what that could look like to present to the board as a part of bringing this forward in recommendation, or some clarity. So I'm just trying to think of ways in which we could get there. But I do, with that particular term, struggle a little bit to see, and maybe staff just needs a little more time to digest what that could look like.
And I would also caution, I think, opening up a special treatment area to apply to unknown properties from the perspective of environmental review. Staff's recommendation for a categorical exemption is very limited to the historical presence of cannabis on site. So if the special treatment area were to open up to properties not in operation, there could be delays and or additional staff efforts to confirm or analyze the introduction of cannabis on unknown properties through an environmental perspective.
Please.
I'm not proposing that. I'm not actually proposing that it be in the language of the resolution at all. I'm proposing a parallel document that says it is the staff's intent in looking at proposing this special treatment area, that should similar circumstances arise, the same avenue of consideration be extended to anybody else who wants to have it. It doesn't have to be, I mean, it's certainly nothing I'd want to see in the land use plan, but I think that it does beg the question of what are the circumstances that are unique, because the ones that I've heard that have been most compelling to me personally is we have an applicant who's tried everything, but that's not land use. That's personal. We're not supposed to be making considerations based on who is making the request. It's what the request is. So it does require articulating the circumstances that are unique so that we can extend those in our parallel process. But that would be my suggestion, is that we just, because it's got to be clear that this is not about the person, this is about the process that's available to anybody. And so even if it's a different document, maybe it's a letter from the Director of Planning, or maybe if it's an interpretation from somebody saying this is how we viewed this and this is how we'd like to go forward, absent the next step in our pilot program or zoning answers. But again, I'm not clear on what the circumstances are either. So
we need to finish this up here for just a moment, please. Commissioner Roberts.
I still feel like I heard the arguments for special treatment areas not necessarily being maybe being something separate. However, to me it feels like spot zoning. And if it's whatever it is, if there is a public benefit, I would like to see that articulated and included, and that solves my concern.
Okay, there's that. That's one issue down. Commissioner Deal, you'd be okay with a separate policy statement, if you will, from the commission if we approved this and moved it forward?
Yeah, well,
I'm trying to wrap my mind around it for me to understand.
I'm still not absolutely certain what I would be okay with, and nor am I the only person in this discussion. But that seems to me to be a possibility, and I'm going to ask the chair if I can ask the Mr. Cummings a question, if he would reopen.
Absolutely.
And my question to him is, what is it you would like to say?
First of all, I want you to know that I respect your opinion, honestly, okay? I understand where you're coming from. When you use the word special, I'm not special, okay? I'm a landowner, but I can meet and I exceed the strict requirements of the outdoor pilot program, except for my district and zoning. If there's another person out there that meets all the requirements, bring them on. I'm okay. I'm not special. Honestly, I hear special, I think about, oh boy, that guy's real special. All right, I'm not. I'm just a landowner. I've cultivated. I believe I'm a steward of the land. And the good people of Big Sur and Kashawa need some inspiration that they can become permitted cultivators. And I see myself, you want to talk about being special? That's how I feel I'm special. But that's it. Thank you.
Through the chair, I just got to respond by saying they don't need incentive. They just need the possibility. Yeah, I think there's been incentive from the get-go. But thank you. I just wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to speak after all that.
Well, yeah, let's try to wrap this up then. I think we've discussed it. Anyone prepared to make a motion one way or the other?
Prepared to make a motion.
You're prepared. Okay. Commissioner Gomez.
I got to get home sometime. No, I just wanted to acknowledge that this is a tough issue, but I'm prepared to make a motion in support of staff's recommendation, and that we look simultaneously at looking at it as a pilot separately, right, from the motion, and come back in 5-6 years to see to let us know how it works.
Okay. A motion?
I need some clarification. Does that include a time limit on it? Does it include language about a public benefit?
Yes, it does. Incorporate those other suggestions in terms of language, yes.
Okay. Any seconds? Anyone? Commissioner Hartzell, maybe?
No.
Oh.
I just want to confirm that staff understands what this motion is. Because I don't.
Not entirely. Commissioner Gomez, what term limit were you suggesting?
With the pilot program suggested initially in the coastal area, I think, is it 8 years?
Inland and coastal was 8 years.
8 years,
correct.
yeah.
And then what additional language were you looking to be included in the special treatment area?
Language that talks about public benefit.
Yeah, so calling out more specifically the public benefit aspect, I think is my read. I think it's in there, but I think calling it out and amplifying is the.
Yeah, I think you delineated it very well. Not sure it's in the. Ms. Jensen, I think you delineated what the public good was, didn't you? I heard it somewhere.
Would the commission like to see the current draft language again?
Sure.
If staff right can please be shared. And then Commissioner Gomez, I heard potentially coming back to the Planning Commission at the end of the term to see the applicability or successfulness of the special treatment area?
Yes.
Okay.
That'd be helpful.
Does the commission want to consider any avenue to extend the term of the special treatment area? Should it be added? It would be quite unique to require some type of discretionary permit to extend a general plan policy, but just something to think of.
I think if I may, a couple of things. One, I think it's the resolution itself. The actual findings in the resolution in support of the amendment was the matter that was brought up with Commissioner Roberts. And I think you have a clause in there around economic benefit and that. And I think it starts to get highly unusual to try to, or already the commission is already, I guess I would caution against getting too complex in, if the desire is to have a term, treat this as a pilot, it's a special treatment to allow pilot and have a term to that special treatment. I think that is what I'm hearing from the Planning Commission. I think we can, I would say again, this is recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. And so, we could incorporate, if there were a desire, some way to think about amendment or extension, but I think that my thought is that does start to pull us just further away from what is typical in a general plan amendment circumstance, special treatment circumstance.
Commissioner Deal.
Thank you. I would certainly oppose, I'm not sure where I am, but I'm certainly opposed any extension. I think the whole point of this is by that time there ought to be rules. I mean, we're waiting to see what the actual rules are going to be, and then they would govern. So that would be one thing. And another question I have here, just about the language in front of us, is referring to the Cummings Ranch. Is that tied to a parcel or the entire area that is owned by the landowner? Or how do we normally designate the specific parcel that we're discussing here? Is that done elsewhere? This is the general plan policy.
That is a good question. Thank you, Commissioner Deal. If HDMI can please be shared. Sorry for leaving off the presentation. So the text would include the subject APN, which is limited to the 120 acre property. And then as part of the resolution to adopt the special treatment area, it does, Commissioner Roberts, include language surrounding economic development and increasing agricultural viability. The specific special treatment area language itself does not, if that is something the commission desires be included.
Commissioner, this is Commissioner Hartzell's recognition, but this would help me in the public benefit, and that maybe the two-mile buffer is being tested in this pilot, and then therefore potentially benefiting other property owners in District 3. Just to me, just something slightly beyond this particular property owner.
More global, you mean?
Can I try?
Sure, you go ahead and try.
So the most compelling reasoning behind the better carries out the policies that I heard from Ms. Jensen was that District 3 wasn't considered, not District 3, yes, Carmel Valley area plan, nope, Central Salinas area plan, thank you. Sorry, it's a long day.
All of the Salinas Valley.
Salinas Valley area plan, great, wasn't considered for this pilot program, that this particular property is like a trial or a test or some way for the agricultural commissioner to consider whether, or make a recommendation whether it should be in the future. To me, that is a compelling reason to give a special treatment area in an area that was otherwise excluded from that particular pilot program. Does this make sense? I don't know how you add it to the language, I'm sorry, but that's what was compelling.
It sounds like a good reason. Commissioner Deal?
I certainly find that reasoning compelling, whereas I see the reasoning that's stated here is objectionable, because anybody might want to increase their agricultural viability by raising cannabis, and that's not a good argument of a unique reason for a special treatment area. So if you could, staff could find a way to state basically the research pilot program area location consideration, that would in fact make a difference to me. Whereas as long as this is in here, I think it's not a good thing to have in there.
You good to go?
If I may, a few points for staff. I think what I'm hearing, the real public benefit is that cannabis is an economic opportunity. It does enhance agricultural viability for certain aspects of the county's agricultural lands. It also potentially poses risks and concerns to the existing viability of our agricultural, and thus the need for a pilot. And so I think the public benefit would be tying it to that testing, but also to the overall economic viability of the agriculture in the region as a whole, is what this pilot, this particular location and information to be found will achieve.
Good. That sounds good to me. Commissioner Deal, you okay with that? You're good? Okay. Commissioner Gomez, you okay with the way that your motion was amended? All right. Do we have a...
there.
Okay. Do we have a second? Anybody? Nobody wants...
I'll second.
You'll second it?
Hartzell seconds.
Thank you, Commissioner Hartzell. We have a motion for approval by approval by Commissioner Gomez, second by Commissioner Hartzell. All those in favor say aye.
Mr. Chair, one point of clarification. Is there still a time limit on 8 years? We said 8 years. Okay.
Yeah, still is. Is that good? Yeah, okay, good. Thank you for pointing it out, though. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. And it has been approved. All right, let's move along. Yeah, thank you. You're good to go. Yeah, well, I hope you make it.
Well, you still have the Board of Supervisors to talk to.
Yeah, you have the tough one to go now. Ms. Jensen?
If staff right can please be shared. PLN 170296 proposes to amend the Greater Salinas Area Plan by creating a special treatment area over 3 parcels located near the intersection of Hitchcock Road and Highway 68 to recognize their historical and ongoing commercial operations despite the agricultural land use designations. The property located at 115 and 117 Highway 68, owned by Mr. Chapin and currently occupied by Granite Rock, has always been designated in zoned farmland, but has been occupied by commercial uses since before 1984. Permits recognizing historical nursery-related commercial uses were approved in 1995, 2005, and 2006, but did not contemplate other historical and ongoing commercial uses. PLN 170296 originally included a request to allow commercial cannabis retail activities on site, including commercial cannabis manufacturing activities and cultivation within existing greenhouses. Chapter 21.67 of the County Code does not allow for cannabis retail sales within the farmland zoning district. Therefore, in August 2020, the Planning Commission denied that application due to inconsistencies with the zoning ordinance. On October 2020, the Board of Supervisors considered an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial. At this hearing, the Board of Supervisors continued the item and directed staff to discuss options with the applicant. At the July 2021 hearing, staff presented the board with options to address the project's inconsistency with zoning. Options included amending the 2010 general plan and to establish a special treatment area over the subject property or multiple properties in the vicinity that have been developed with commercial uses, or amending the cannabis regulation, specifically Chapter 21.67, to then allow cannabis retail in the farmland zoning district. At the hearing, members of the Board of Supervisors expressed concerns about applying a special treatment area to one property rather than multiple properties, but also recognized the related processing delays that may occur. Therefore, after public testimony and deliberation, the Board of Supervisors remanded the item back to the Planning Commission and directed staff to proceed with processing a special treatment area over the subject property. Since the 2021 board hearing, the property owner, Mr. Chapin, has decided to remove commercial cannabis retail from his proposal and thus only seeks a special treatment area that recognizes the historic and ongoing commercial uses of the property despite its agricultural land use designation. Therefore, the proposed special treatment area policy language specifically would allow that the property's historical and existing retail and commercial uses, including the sale of aggregate materials, landscaping and associated products, rental of agricultural support equipment, hosting of seasonal and promotional events, storage of vehicles, a small concrete batch plant, sale of limited food and drink within an existing market building, and on-site landscaping and other improvements may be allowed, but cannot be expanded to occupy a greater area than existing. This special treatment area would allow for uses of a similar intensity, density, and character, subject to the granting of a future use permit. From a planning perspective, applying a special treatment area to multiple properties in the vicinity that also have existing commercial uses but are designated farmland would make sense, as it would recognize historical uses without allowing for further expansion and would serve as almost a cleanup to multiple existing non-conforming uses. Adjacent to the Chapin property is a farmland zoned property, 111 Highway 68, that is primarily used for agricultural purposes, but has a small tattoo parlor on the southwest corner of the property. And this operation has existed since the 1980s, 1990s. Therefore, staff also contacted the adjacent property owner, Tanamir and Antle, to gauge their interest in being included in the special treatment area proposal. The Tanamera Land Company was interested, and thus the special treatment area also includes allowance of the tattoo parlor within the existing structure, but specifies that it cannot be expanded to occupy a greater area. The special treatment area would also allow for similar uses with a similar intensity, density, and character, subject to the granting of a separate use permit. When the 2010 general plan was adopted, these properties continued to be designated and zoned farmland despite the historical commercial uses that continue to exist today. Therefore, staff believes there's a demonstrable error or oversight in the general plan and recommends the Planning Commission adopt a resolution recommending the Board of Supervisors find the project is categorically exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15301 and approve a amendment to the Greater Salinas Area Plan to add a special treatment area over the subject properties to recognize their historical and existing commercial uses. This draft resolution is attached to today's staff report as Exhibit E. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jensen. Commissioners, do we have questions? Commissioner Gomez, we're going to start with.
Can you repeat how far this use goes to? The current use?
The existing uses on each property?
On the property, not the designation, but the actual use, yes.
I'm sorry.
Mine is the cannabis. How far does it, did it function as a nursery, as a as a tattoo, the parcel next door, how many years has that been in operation, I guess is the question.
The at least the commercial building on the Tanamere Land Company property has existed since the 1980s, 1990s. And then the commercial uses on the Chapin property appear to have been in operation since prior to 1984. Again, those certain nursery-related commercial uses were recognized and approved in 1995, 2005, and 2006 permits, but those permits didn't contemplate any other commercial activity that had been occurring on the property.
Commissioner Deal?
Yeah, can you just clarify for me if we can go back to the language around the special treatment area about seasonal events and what is the definition of the events that are contemplated here?
The special treatment area itself does not specify or define seasonal or promotional events. The subject property is known to host a variety of events, and that was recognized in the 2005 and 2006 General Development Plan.
So what happens to the general development plan should this special treatment area be adopted? Is it still in effect?
I would say yes, but it is also the permits that have been approved are still effective, though this policy would then recognize all other commercial uses and allow those to be to continue to operate. So this doesn't conflict with any of the permits that have been granted on site.
Or the general development plan insofar as there is one?
Correct.
Would it require a further general development plan for any activities that might be considered in the future, or is it just going to be if it's one of these, it's all right?
The latter. If the use listed here is to continue or a similar use that would be allowed without a discretionary, or sorry, if the uses listed here are to continue to be in existence, they would be allowed with any other permit. If there's any type of change to that, there would be a discretionary permit associated. There would not be the need to amend the general development plan if it's an allowed use listed in this general plan policy, given that it's a general plan policy which would supersede any existing permit.
But there is no discrepancy between them at this time with the proposed language?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, commissioners? Oh, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chair. After item 6, it says these enumerated uses shall be allowed, but may not be expanded. Blah, 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 blah. The tattoo parlor shall be allowed within the existing structure, but shall not be expanded. So why do we say in one, shall be allowed, but may not be expanded, and on the other we say, shall be allowed, but shall not be expanded? Is it intentional to have flexibility? I don't know. May not and shall not sound different to me.
Commissioner Monsalve, there was no reason for that. I'm happy to have them match.
Okay, great. We love that consensus. That's wonderful. Anyone else? Nope. All right. Seeing no one else, is there any public speakers or public comment that would be like to be made? Oh, we have a speaker slip. You must be Alex, I'm assuming. It was a big guess, right? I mean.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair and members of the Commission and staff. My name is Alex Lorca with Fenton and Keller. We represent Don and Barbara Chapin with respect to this property. We urge you to support the proposed special treatment area. The uses, to one of the Commissioner's questions, unlike the tattoo parlor, our understanding is these uses have been sort of there since, before planning and zoning laws. We agree with staff that this is just recognizing historical uses, current uses. The county would benefit by having a firm definition and firm boundaries, I guess, on what was allowed there, as it would sort of lock that in. There was discussion about spot zoning. I agree with staff that this isn't a zoning question. Further distinguishments are that there are multiple properties from multiple owners that are affected by this. Also, too, spot zoning tends to be just a plain parcel, and something's done special there. This is something with historical uses, and what it's basically doing is just cleaning up and recognizing those. So we're far away from a spot zoning with regard to this. With that, I think if there's any other questions consistent with the general development plan, I agree the seasonal events or Christmas events and Halloween events and things like that. And then finally, I just would like to thank staff, in particular, Ms. Jensen, who's just fabulous to work with and just has an amazing work ethic and encyclopedic knowledge of all things county planning. So thank you very much for your time, and we urge you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone online or Zooming it? Or email, for that matter?
No emails, no hands up on Zoom.
Very good. All right, Ms. Jensen, did you hear anything that you'd like to reply to? That I don't think so, except the compliments, which were well-deserved.
Not at this time. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, okay. All right, let's bring it back to the commission then. Commissioner Roberts.
This is the project that I was thinking of, so I'm glad to see this one finally here, because seeing that they were working on this in 2017 is what made me think of it. And I was going to say, I also don't feel like this is a very different circumstance than the previous, and this is just a zoning cleanup in my mind, much more so than the previous circumstance. And so I'll leave it there for others. I'm happy to make a motion if there's no other comments to support this.
Thank you.
There's nobody from the district to do it, so.
Commissioner Deal, did you want to?
I was going to chime in if Commissioner Roberts made a motion and just agree that my understanding is this is basically cleanup from the general plan that didn't recognize the historical uses, and we're now going back to codify what should have been. So it's basically a map error in a way. But it's not a change of circumstances, it's recognizing existing circumstances.
I don't know if I'd fully recognize it as a map error, as the zoning will continue to be farmland, but it is recognizing the historical uses then through a special treatment area. A true cleanup might be to rezone this property to commercial. However, that could introduce uses that would then be incompatible with the surrounding prime farmland. So this is a good mechanism to then limit the uses, recognize the historical ones without intensifying it, without subject to separate discretionary review.
Which are special circumstances of this property, these properties. Thank you. So write that down, that was good.
Forgot to turn that on. Commissioner Montalves?
I'll second the
motion. Oh, you'll second the motion. Very good then. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Roberts and a second by Commissioner Montalves. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those against, nay or no, either one. All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Jensen. So next on the agenda is the referral list. Are there any commissioner comments, or Ms. Secretary, did you want to comment on the list by any chance?
No, just the list is there. I have bolded items that are new to try to catch your attention. Let me know if you have any questions, comments, concerns.
Okay. Commissioners, anything? Commissioner Deal.
Yeah, I can't read that font. I'm going to spin it the other way because that's not like actual communication.
Yeah.
Is it a size or a stylistic challenge?
It's so small I can't tell you.
Size.
I will make them bigger going forward.
Or buy us all a magnifying glass. Either one. It doesn't really matter. Oh.
Oh, dang.
Smart aleck youngster.
Mr. Chair, I think in the past they've come sideways, and I think that alone is helpful. So if they just are oriented landscape.
All righty.
Are they not?
It spreads them.
No, it's.
No.
Oh, okay.
She means
Thank you.
Smaller than usual.
Thank you.
All right. We're good. Did you want to talk to us about anything else, Because you
No, you've all
usually
put in
have department report. and all
I
that.
think I'm okay. There's nothing pressing. So
Okay, good. All right, very good then. Let's just call this puppy done then at 3:36 p.m. Adjournment. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.